Do you have any kind of a day against him?
Yeah, I had to contribute. I had to contribute to Cal's great career with that was a 6 for 6 night, I believe.
He was feeling sorry for me at the end of my career, threw me a hanging breaking ball, and I was able to jump all over it. I thank you for that.
No problem.
And we had some video there, but you really didn't want to see that. And you faced this guy before, too, huh?
I have. I got the benefit of a call, and then I think he got a walk off me in Chicago. Very feared time in my life when he stands at the plate.
And what's it like for you, Frank?
No, he was devastating with his stuff. He really painted the corners real well. And the 3-2 pitch could have gone either way.
Yeah, obviously not painting him well enough. National League last night wraps up, the DS does, in a couple of sweeps. Surprised to see that?
You know, in a short series, anything from the momentum switching on either side, they went to execution 101, Colorado and
the
Diamondbacks. So I'm not surprised from an execution standpoint. I just love this time of the year. I think it's the greatest time of the year for a casual fan watching, and I think they wonder how can players do what they do at this time of the year after an incredible year and maybe not follow the plans the way the experts say it's going to go. I have my playoff beard, and I'm not there. So I'm very disappointed by that.
Well, along those lines, Arizona didn't hit very well, you know, and they gave up more runs than they scored. And we saw in the series that they could execute on defense, did all the little things that would get them to win. I mean, is it conceivable that that's how they played all year?
It is conceivable, but the sense of pitching, defense, and execution is what wins postseason. And the guys that do the things you need to do as a team, and you got to stay away from individual heroes. And I think that's what they bought into. They did a great job as a staff. I applaud to Arizona for most people say they came from nowhere, and they don't really have a lot of experience. But they did everything you have to do that baseball allows you to do at this time of the year. That's why the regular season, I would vote for shortening it and creating more postseason because I think it's the greatest time of the year.
The NLCS starts here on TBS on Thursday. Meantime, we're all American League today, 3 o'clock, Red Sox and Angels. Kurt Schilling going to the mound for the Red Sox there. And the Indians and Yankees at 6:30. Roger Clemens on the mound for the Yankees, trying to keep New York's hopes alive.
Our approach is if we give up 1, we're not giving up 2. And if we give up 2, you don't give up 3. And that's the way you approach it. I mean, and don't beat yourself up too much because the game will do it for you. And again, whatever it takes to get it done, I've got to get the ball to, I've got to get somebody the ball on Monday. That's the bottom line.
Roger Clemens makes his 34th postseason start this evening. Jake Westbrook of the Indians makes his first. That game comes your way at 6:30. And now you can add to the intrigue of that Indians-Yankees series with the fact that we have heard from the boss, George Steinbrenner. You don't hear from him very much anymore, but he did speak to the Bergen Record, and on Joe Torre's status said his job is on the line. I think we're paying him a lot of money. He's the highest paid manager in baseball. I don't think we'd take him back if we don't win this series. Gut reaction, Cal?
Well, I first heard that. I thought he said, okay, if you don't win the series, you're fired. And I went, now that's got to be the most ridiculous thing I ever heard of. I mean, the Yankees have had success, and the only thing I could think of is that it's George's way to light the fire, to motivate a little bit, to maybe get people a little scared. Sometimes players play better scared, but generally they don't.
You know what, when you look at this game today and Roger Clemens on the mound and New York pinning their hopes on him, and he's had a hamstring problem, etc. But physical stuff aside, Frank, what are you going to get mentally from Roger Clemens as he goes to the bump today?
I think you're really going to get a tough pitch ball game because Roger's the master of just being mentally tough. And with all this added pressure, he is the right guy on the mound for the Yankees today, and he's been through this fire drill many, many times.
Hey, there's your name on that list in all-time postseason strikeouts. What is it, John? There's a mentality in the postseason when you want the ball on a day like this.
Well, there is. You can't be afraid to fail. I think he's set the script right. I mean, baseball will do what it does to you without any pressure, and you just can't be afraid to fail. You've got to do and repeat things over and over in pressure time situations and know that you want to be the guy out there on the mound. Not everybody wants that, and that's what separates, I think, the great ones to the ones that are going to, for the first time, like Westbrook, I think he hasn't been in the playoffs. He's going to experience a hostile crowd, a hostile environment, and he's going to see what his insides are made of. And it's just the start of a process. Roger's done it so much. They have, I think, 3 or 4 of the greatest postseason players on the Yankees itself, and that helps when you're in a must-win situation.
Meantime, he's facing an Indians lineup that's hitting, what, 329 in the series. And no matter what Roger does, the Yankee offense must get on track. They're hitting 121 in the series, Cal.
Well, it's got to get a little easier than the first 2 guys, Sabathia and Fausto Carmona. They threw great games, power-type pitchers. So you got to think the 3 and the 4 is going to be a little easier for them. And maybe that's the pep talk in the clubhouse, saying, okay, we got through their number 1 and 2. We didn't win, but now it's going to be a little easier. Let's relax and swing the bat.
A lot is made of Alex Rodriguez, obviously, Frank, but you saw Derek Jeter struggling, Jorge Posada struggling as well.
I really believe Derek Jeter's the key. Once Derek Jeter gets going, it seems to relax the whole bunch, and I've seen it over and over and over. Once Jeter gets started, the rest of the lineup will follow.
The Cleveland Indians, the New York Yankees coming your way at 6:30 tonight, Game 2 of our postseason doubleheader. When we come back, we're going to set our sights on Anaheim, where the Angels face elimination, and they face Curt Schilling. That should be a lot of fun. We'll come back.
Log on to TBS Hot Corner at MLB.com for exclusive all-access MLB postseason coverage. Catch live batting practice, studio shows, and special on-demand cameras, plus expert analysis from me, Cal Ripken, only on TBS Hot Corner at MLB.com.
Wednesday night on TBS. You don't have to be athletic to win a trophy. The Emmy Award-winning comedy series, The Office, on a special night, Wednesday at 10, 9 Central on TBS.
The dream is still alive, someday it will come true. And this country, it belongs to folks like me and you. So let the voice of freedom sing out through this land. This is our country.
Congratulations to the hardest working player. From the hardest working trucks, Chevy Silverado. This is our truck.
Now the heartburn-stopping strength of Zantac also comes with a refreshing hint of cool mint. New maximum strength Zantac 150 Cool Mint tablets. Heartburn? Attack it. Zantac.
Rated E for everyone.
Those family farms, they killed them, Michael.
This is a $3 billion lawsuit.
What would they do if he went public?
They're doing it.
I know what you did. Your options are going to get smaller very quickly.
No, I turned. Somehow he turned.
You have to contain this.
Nothing can ever be the same again.
Everything's vulnerable. Michael Clayton, rated R. Now playing in select cities. Starts October 12th everywhere.
Monopoly's back at McDonald's.
All right, y'all, here's the plan. Son, I need you to go 2 blocks, shake left, then hit the McDonald's on the right. Got it? Gotcha. Baby girl, I need you to run a double R trial.
People all over have started their game plan. With almost $200 million in cash and prizes and a guaranteed bonus piece on large fries and other favorites. Game's on.
Honey, you go deep. I'm talking McDonald's downtown.
Hey, what about me?
Take your hat off to a legend, son.
TBS MLB on Deck, presented by Chevrolet, is brought to you by Chevy, an American Revolution.
There is 40-year-old Curt Schilling. His postseason numbers are just ridiculous. 8-2 in his career, ERA 2.06, makes his 16th postseason start, and today he's going to go up against a guy who's never been there, Jared Weaver. 13-7 during the regular season. We were saying, I just want to keep my heart in my shirt today. Meantime, as far as Schilling goes, his thoughts pre-game.
I got to pick my spots and pick my targets and execute perfectly, and that is one of the challenges of September or October that I love. Is this is about literally being perfect, and we hold ourselves to that standard unrealistically a lot of times. But this is one of those times when I think it is realistic. I've got to be perfect.
You know, you got these marquee guys, and it's a similar situation. You got Roger Clemens in that Yankee game, but he is going up against a first-timer, and he's trying to keep the Yankees alive. Here you got Curt Schilling going up against a first-timer, and Schilling moving in for the kill. What are we going to see from Schilling today, Frank?
That's a great big league veteran. He's going to work the ball in and out, up and down. And one thing about Curt Schilling, he can get you 6 quality innings. And that might be all it takes for this Boston Ball Club today.
Smolty?
Well, he's obviously got the resume, but I think the biggest thing that, you know, what I love about the playoffs, your breathing's different, everything's different. And when Jared made that comment, you know, he's going to experience something that it'll click for him one way or the other. When he gets in the game, he'll get back to a comfortable spot. But with Curt basically is going to command the game, or at least attempt to command the game, to put them on edge. That's what he's done so well. 2001, I don't think anybody in the history of the game will pitch better as a whole postseason than he did. So he's still, at 40 years old, can, as Frank said, deliver his type. That's what you want to make the hitters change to you. You certainly don't want to adapt quickly to the hitters as a pitcher in the postseason.
What's the most important thing going into this game, Cal, in your mind?
For Schilling?
For the game in general.
I think Schilling will find out if he's the big game pitcher. I kind of suspect that you're going to see a little bit more MPHs, miles per hour, on him. He's going to get a little adrenaline boost, and he's going to throw the ball a little harder than we saw him in September. I guess the key is for the Angels to stay in the game. In order for them to, they can't fall behind. They need to stay in the game so they can play their game, their running game, their small ball. They're comfortable doing that at home.
Weaver, what do you think you'll see from him today, Frank? And John talks about the mindset and how big the moment is. But when you're at the plate against him, what are you seeing as a hitter?
Jared Weaver's a great young pitcher. Don't be surprised if he shuts this Boston club down for 6-7 innings. His stuff is, at this point, second to none. He works the ball in and out, great breaking ball, and he changes speeds masterfully. So I'm looking for a great ball game today. I'm not. And this 12:30 start might have something to do with this game, too, because 12:30 start in the big leagues is a very, very tough start. And this young kid, you never know what might happen at 12:30.
You still tired at 12:30 when you come there?
Well, older guys get a little tired at 12:30.
Depending on what happened the night before when you get into the clubhouse a little early in the morning. I love what Curt Schilling said when he compared himself with the other guys in that Boston rotation. He says, you got Beckett, who brings the bazooka against the other guys. You got Dice-K, who brings a machine gun. He says, me, you know, I've got the sniper rifle. I got to pick my spots where I'm going to get it done, and he'll try to get it done today in Anaheim against the Angels. We're going to break on TBS, MLB on deck, but when we come back, it's instruction time with Cal and John. Mike Lowell getting in his cuts in the cage, and we'll see the Red Sox and Angels at the top of the hour.
The MLB postseason is on TBS.
TBS, the exclusive home
of every Division Series game.
And the National League Championship Series.
That's a lot of postseason baseball.
This is when it counts.
The Red Sox.
The Yankees.
The Phillies.
The Rockies.
Every team.
Every pitch.
Every at-bat.
Right here on TBS.
Watch Hall of Famers Cal Ripken and Tony Gwynn. The MLB postseason is on TBS.
There's only one October.
And it's here
on TBS.
Remember the anticipation of hearing the ice cream truck? In Poland, Cargill borrowed the idea for something quite different. Small Polish farms had difficulty getting affordable feed for their smaller herds of animals. So Cargill created a way to bring the feed directly to them on musical delivery trucks, selling a few bags per visit. Keeping the small farmers competitive and their animals happier. This is how Cargill works with customers.
Born in 1983, Ben Winkler was one of the first Cabbage Patch Kids. But it wouldn't be long before this Cabbage Patch Kid became a Cabbage Patch adult. Like so many child stars before him, Ben was struggling. However, his bad fortune turned around when in 2003, it is believed he switched his car insurance to Geico, netting him much-needed money. Financially secure, he went on to win a celebrity dance competition.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. I'm Ashley.
Discover a new world of savings this week only during the Columbus Day event at your Ashley Furniture Home Store. We design, build, and deliver our furniture, saving you money with our exclusive Ashley Direct prices. Explore our new styles and the latest fashions in home furnishings, and this week only, we pay the sales tax. Take home quality furniture at prices you can afford during the Columbus Day event only at your Ashley Furniture Home Store, located in Fremont, Fairfield, and Rohnert Park.
You're going to love this place.
Prius, the most fuel-efficient car in America. It's the one more people said they'd buy again.
John Smoltz, 200 career wins. It happened in May of this year as he joined that elite club.
A standing ovation for John Smoltz and an ear-to-ear.
And you know, he would have gotten there a game sooner if it hadn't been for Cal Ripken. We have dug up the video, and this is a night when Cal went 6 out of 6 against the Braves and touched up John just a bit there. That takes us to Chevy inside strengths, and so we have a Hall of Famer in Cal Ripken talking to a future Hall of Famer in John Smoltz. Talking pitching, you guys take it away.
Well, I mean, you know, I know it seemed like it's about 100 years ago since I played, but it was actually only about 5 years ago. And it seems like to me you had the guys that could sink it, that could throw the two-seamers. You had the guys like Mariano Rivera that could pop the cutter. But it seems like a lot more of the young guys, the power guys, are actually throwing these pitches, and sometimes to be able to throw both of them. We saw Beckett throw one inside, and Curtis Granderson calls that a swing back. How do you actually make the ball go left or go right? And are there many guys that can do both?
Well, what's happening is a lot of guys are having to go to it because the hitters are so good, the ballparks are so small, and you have to find a way to get these guys out. So I played with two of the best, Greg Maddux, Tom Glavine. And Greg Maddux, with his small fingers, used to throw a two-seam fastball, and it became famous for a front door into a left-hander, looked like it was going to go in, and then came across the plate, and it was a very unhittable pitch. If you were looking for, he threw both, his cutter, and what the cutter would do is stay on plane, again on the inside part, and would get the left-handed hitter off of his pitches.
Now, it's not a matter of turning in your wrist,
no.
It's a matter of pressure on the finger.
It's pressure points where you got this finger right here for a two-seamer away from a left-hander. This is going to allow the ball to naturally, because your arm pronates after every pitch. I know most people don't understand that because when you throw a pitch, it has to go this way. So finger pressure right here is going to be very important. Well, where you got this finger pressure right here with this finger, if I took it off, I could throw my cutter with just that finger on it. That seam and that friction allows the ball to have a spinning. I know there's a lot of talk about the gyro ball, but that's basically what you're doing. You're spinning the ball and not allowing it to break a big amount, which would be a curveball, and it really is just to mess with the hitter because
we have a couple of videos here, or a couple extreme examples. Josh Beckett bringing the ball back, I think on the first piece here.
Now, this pitch is unhittable. Even if he's looking for it, that pitch is 95 miles an hour, and he threw a two-seam fastball. And what Josh Beckett does so well mechanically is he stays with the pitch, so he doesn't fly out, which allows it to start in and do what it naturally does. The seams on the baseball and in gravity allow the baseball to move. You can do little things to help it. Back in the day of when we see this pitch start, looks like it starts as the hip and it comes back and catches parts of the plate. He's just staying mechanically sound. Before, in my wild young days, I tried to do it, but it was as straight as an arrow and got hit every time.
Now, what about the opposite? We have Mariano, who I don't know of too many people that can do this.
Yeah, he's throwing a football. Now, what I mean by that is he's literally coming out throwing a football. It's a 96, 97-mile-an-hour fastball that's bearing in on a left-hander. And it basically, I believe he throws it somewhere off-centers the ball. Now, when he throws a fastball, he's basically throwing a football. If you had a football in your hand, it would come out like this, and he is cutting it hard, and it allows him to have one simple pitch, which I believe he single-handedly is probably the best postseason pitcher we've seen in a long time. This cannot be kept foul as a hitter when you see a pitch coming in there and you go to hit it, and he then developed being able to, what we call backdoor to a left-hander, throw a cutter on the outside of the plate, which a hitter will give up on, and then it's over.
It's unfair. It's unfair.
The words of wisdom from the 207-game winner, John Smoltz. We're coming back with the Red Sox and Angels at the top of the hour. Big Papi, ready to go. Can the Red Sox close out the Anaheim Angels? We're coming back.
The dream is still alive. Someday it will come true. And this country, it belongs to folks like me and you. So let the voice of freedom sing out through this land. This is our country.
Chevy Silverado. This is our truck.
Do you rinse at night? If it's Listerine, you're protecting your mouth all night long. While you sleep, your mouth is dry. That allows plaque and gingivitis germs to multiply. A quick rinse with Listerine puts those germs to bed, giving you 12 hours of protection. So rinse under the stars. Rinse by the moonlight. Say goodnight to germs. Listerine.
Taste the authentic Italian flavors of Papa John's 2 new Tuscan pizzas. Our new thin crust 6-cheese pizza, loaded with a rich blend of 6 Italian cheeses. And our new Roma meats pizza with Italian salami, classic Italian sausage, and fresh sliced Roma tomatoes. 2 new large Tuscan pizzas, both of great value at just $11.99 each. Try one today, try the other tomorrow. Call or click papajohns.com.
Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
When it comes to powerful congestion relief, my choice is Clear. I get Claritin Clear with Claritin D.
Some allergy decongestants change their formulas. Claritin D chose not to change.
For terrible sinus pressure, my choice is Clear. Claritin D.
Nothing works stronger, faster, or longer to relieve your worst allergy symptoms, including congestion and sinus pressure, without drowsiness.
For the worst allergies, I want a product with the best decongestant. My choice is Clear. Claritin D.
Get Claritin D at the pharmacy counter. Still no prescription needed.
Live Claritin Clear.
Wednesday night on TBS. You don't have to be athletic to win a trophy. The Emmy Award-winning comedy series, The Office, is on a special night. The Office, Wednesday at 10, 9 Central. On TBS.
TBS MLB On Deck, presented by Chevrolet. Go to TBS Hot Corner on MLB.com to see Chevy around the park live and experience exclusive online live coverage of game action.
Just a friendly reminder, the Red Sox and Angels play in just a few minutes here on TBS, and then later, 6:30 Eastern Time, the Indians and the Yankees. So the Red Sox and the Indians with chances to close out today. And then Inside MLB, presented by Captain Morgan, comes your way at the end of the night. John Smoltz with us all day. Let me ask you about something that's been certainly in the news down these parts in Atlanta. Tom Glavine's availability, your old teammate. You got something to say about that?
Yeah, I can't be very objective. That's one thing. I desperately want him back. You know, I played so many years with Tommy, and I think it would definitely add to the, you know, how many years does he have left? Who knows? I don't know how many I have, but I know he's a great pitcher, and I know he can definitely still do it. So, yes. My vote is for him to be back.
Maybe talk to your homeboy, John Sherholtz, about that.
Oh, you threw that in there. That was
said at one point. Give me some final thoughts on what we're about to see here. Frank, I'll start with you on the Red Sox and the Angels as they head into this one.
Like I said, 12:30 start. You never know what might happen. We got a young, energetic pitcher in Jared Weaver. The kid can flat out pitch. But I think at this point, Anaheim is just too beat up, banged up as a team to hang with this Boston team because they're firing on all cylinders at this point.
How about it, Kev?
Yeah, I look to Vlad. Vlad got hit in the shoulder, got taken out of the game. The Angels are right when he's in right field, and they need his bat, you know, in the middle of that lineup.
The Red Sox and Angels coming up shortly here on TBS. We invite you to hang around for that game. And, John, it could have been worse. They could have brought up Michigan State losing to Northwestern, and I didn't do that either. We'll see you as the day goes on.
The National League Championship Series is on TBS. This is when it counts. Every pitch, every at-bat the chance to be a hero. The road to the World Series goes through TBS. Exclusive coverage of the National League Championship Series begins Thursday, only on TBS.
Dwight. Jim. Pam. Michael. Phyllis. Meredith. Stanley. Michael. Dwight. Dwight. Michael. Pam. Oscar. Kevin. Michael. Roy. Ryan. Daryl. Toby. Pam. Jim. Dwight.
The Office on a special night next Wednesday at 10, 9 Central on TBS.
Rated E for everyone.
Right now, you can log on to eHarmony.com and review your matches all for free. Aren't you curious to see who you're compatible with? eHarmony.com. Log on today.
Pizza. For here to go?
Delivery.
Delivery.
Yeah, delivery.
Louis.
You never believe me.
Pizza's here. Hey.
They got a little captain in them because they always designate a driver.
Drink responsibly.
Take me out to the baseball game. Are you really taking me? Are you taking me to the ball game, huh? Take me out with the mob. It's Sopranos night. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. You Cracker Jack. I don't care if you ever get back. Seriously, I do not care. I mean, actually, I care a little bit. But I'm not going to dwell on that right now. For its root beer goes with that hot dog. If they don't win, it's a shame what you probably feel every day when you look in the mirror. For it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strikes at the old ball game.
Frank Caliendo is changing the face of late night.
Sorry about that. I forgot the line about the mustard and ketchup.
The all-new TBS late night comedy, Frank TV, premieres November 20th.
You're welcome.
For more Frank TV, go to TBS.com.
The dream is still alive. Someday it will come true. And this country, it belongs to folks like me and you. So let the voice of freedom sing out through this land. This is our country.
Congratulations to the hardest working player from the hardest working trucks, Chevy Silverado. This is our truck.
Now the heartburn-stopping strength of Zantac also comes with a refreshing hint of cool mint. New maximum strength Zantac 150 Cool Mint tablets. Heartburn? Attack it. Zantac.
Rated E for everyone.
The pressure is off Big Papi in Boston, where 2 new heroes have emerged.
Josh Beckett throws a shutout.
Josh Beckett was untouchable, strong-arming the Angels in Game 1. In Game 2, it was just Manny being Manny.
Manny Ramirez with an absolute rocket into the Boston night.
I don't know the best feeling ever. Baseball is like that. Sometimes you get me, sometimes I get you.
Now the series shifts coasts. Will the Halos provide some miracles of their own?
We really have to scratch and claw our way back into the series.
Or will the Sox earn a sweep and an early trip home? Game 3, Red Sox, Angels, next.
Welcome to the American League Division Series on TBS, presented by Budweiser, the official beer of baseball. From Angel Stadium in Anaheim, California, Game 3 today between the Boston Red Sox and the Los Angeles Angels. And we welcome you to Anaheim with Steve Stone and Jose Mota. Ted Robinson on a warm day. It will be loud here in sold-out Anaheim. The Red Sox are coming here to clinch, Steve. The Angels are coming home to survive, and that's their best hope. They were the best home team in baseball this year.
The Angels want to be here because they were 54-27 this year. They also hit .305. You can see that's first in the major leagues. This team will dominate at home with their speed, going first to third, stealing bases. They've got to do that on the rock-hard infield, and if they can do it today, they've got a very good chance of keeping this series alive.
Well, in 18 innings in Boston, the Angels scored in only one of those innings. The big hits in Boston belong to the Red Sox big hitters. In Game 1, it was Big Papi's 9th career postseason home run. That was the decisive blow. And in Game 2, Manny Ramirez, for the first time as a Boston Red Sox, hit a walk-off shot into the Boston night. The two big hitters, the two big hits.
We wondered which team would impose their will on the other. Well, it was the Manny and Papi show. And they certainly did it in Boston. The question is, can they do it here with the wind blowing in? We'll find out, because the Angels have to run their way to victory and the Red Sox have to slug their way to victory.
And the Angels will try to generate offense today against one of the veterans and great postseason pitchers, Curt Schilling, with 11 days rest, ready to go in Game 3. And for the Angels, Jared Weaver will make his first postseason start.
You've always loved the details, but you've never seen them like this. The full HD 1080p Aquos liquid crystal television from Sharp.
Are our cars as much fun as our bikes?
You've reached your destination.
Get out. Turn around.
Enjoy the ride.
The new 2008 XL7 from Suzuki. It's gonna be a great ride.
Yeah, you ready for your extra long bacon cheddar cheesesteak?
I won!
What'd you win?
The meat jackpot. Steak, bacon, there's a lot of meat.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, it's like winning a lottery, like getting...
No, I entered and I won.
There's no meat lottery. You just got an extra long bacon cheddar
I hit the meat jackpot.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, no, congratulations. You hit the...
Thanks. Thanks.
Extra long bacon cheddar cheesesteak. New at Sonic. The hearty taste of steak and bacon served up big on a really long bun. Pay the Sonic way. Swipe your credit or My Sonic card from your car.
Rumor is that Kenny Lofton's on the move again.
Where to now? He's going back to the Dodgers?
And in baseball news, looks like Kenny Lofton may be traded to the Boston Red Sox.
Inside sources tell me he's heading to New York.
Kenny Lofton stuff? Take it to Chicago.
No matter what Major League Baseball needs or where, DHL delivers.
I hear Lofton's going to Atlanta.
Make that New York.
It's not Chicago, it's
Lofton
Boston.
may be headed to California.
Make that Northern California.
Make that Japan.
DHL, ground, international, overnight. Customer service is back in shipping.
The MLB Division Series on TBS is brought to you by refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it. By Verizon. Get all the action right on your phone. Catch crazy sports plays, news, even trivia, all on VCast. Only on Verizon Wireless. By Geico, where 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by Lipitor.
I get my chair up high, your chair's higher.
I'm long-legged. Well, Angel Stadium in Anaheim, which opened in 1966. It's had several different incarnations, and this latest one opened up again, has bred magnificent passion in Southern California, really stemming back to the 2002 World Series. And once again today, it will be filled. It will be loud. They've handed out rally rackets to the fans, and it will be red, all red.
One thing to bear in mind about this ballpark, it's a lot livelier during the daytime. And although the flags show that it's blowing in toward the Angel dugout, this is a very lively park. At night, sometimes the ball will settle in the alleys. But today, I expect this to be very lively, and the power hitters should be able to take control.
Of course, for Jared Weaver, a huge moment as he makes his first postseason start in his hometown. He's a Southern Californian, and he'll do it with his team facing elimination. It's a very scenario that has rarely been faced. It was faced by Chris Young last year in the National League Division Series for San Diego, and Young was able to lead the Padres to victory and survival in that game. Now the Red Sox lineup, and it's the same lineup as in the first two games at Fenway. Dustin Pedroia leading off at second base, then Kevin Youkilis at first. The DH, David Ortiz. Manny Ramirez bats cleanup in left field. Mike Lowell at third base. J.D. Drew in right field. The catcher, Jason Varitek. Center fielder, Coco Crisp. And shortstop, Julio Lugo.
We'll take a look at Jared Weaver, who's 6'7", 205. He just turned 25 years old. Take a look at what he did this year, and 13-7, the ERA just under 4. As you can see, he's got pretty good control, but he does give up a lot of hits. Opponent's batting average at 280. That's not a particularly good number. Scouting report is he's got a terrific overhand curve. He'll top out at 90, 91 miles an hour. He eventually can get it up there a little bit higher, but his motion, particularly in the windup, is very deceptive.
And not the same issue as the Angels faced with Matsuzaka in game 2, where they had not seen him before. Of course, the Angels have seen Weaver and the Red Sox rather have seen Weaver and had success against him in a game in August at Fenway Park. The Angels in the field, and the big story, Vladimir Guerrero is back in right field after leaving game 2 when he was hit by a pitch on the back of the shoulder. Infield has Kendry Morales at first base instead of Casey Kochman. Mike Napoli, who caught game 1, will start game 3. And for the Angels, Kochman is out, Guerrero is in. Kochman, as best we can understand, has become ill.
Well, the best news for the Angels is Guerrero is back. Defensively, the Red Sox are going to run on him. He's had some arm problems this year, so every chance they get, they're going to try to test Vladdy Guerrero in right field. This is a huge center field, and a lot of pressure on Sean Figgins.
And there is the shot, and you can see the flagpoles in center field. They call them the Santa Ana winds here in Southern California. They are strong today, they're warm, and they're blowing in. As we get going with Weaver delivering a strike to Dustin Pedroia. And as Mike Scioscia was telling us this morning, it's normally in the day games a very live field here. The ball carries in the daytime. Will it with these winds today? Pedroia chops that one high. Isturis, the quick throw, and he gets him on a close play.
When Pedroia hit that ball on the rock-hard infield, it looked like a sure base hit. But Isturis, knowing how much time he had, has to wait for gravity and then make a quick throw, get it across just in time. The call by Ted Barrett was a good one. This is a lightning-fast infield, completely different than in Boston. So it's going to be natural for the Angels infielders, a little bit tougher for the Red Sox infielders.
Youkilis taking a strike. Youkilis had a home run in his first at-bat of this postseason. Terry Francona had a funny line today. He talked about the fielder. He said it's going to be like a roller rink for our team after Fenway Park.
Well, I think you could see by that first chopper to third base that we're dealing with a very quick infield. That's one of the characteristics of Weaver, is when he goes inside, he'll go way inside. He's not a young guy intimidated by anybody, and so he pushes Youkilis off the plate. It sets up a curveball, and we haven't seen one today.
Next swing foul. Now, when you say he goes way inside, is he going way inside by design?
Yeah, I think he goes inside as a purpose pitch, and I don't think he goes in there necessarily to get strikes. So at 0-2, he pushes Youkilis off the plate. Again, they still haven't seen his big overhand curveball. We'll see if Napoli calls for it.
On the high riding fastball. Well, what Weaver needs, he's 2/3 of the way to getting a good first inning that gets this Angels crowd into it. last time Jared Weaver faced David Ortiz at Fenway Park, Big Papi hit a grand slam, and Weaver didn't like this. And Weaver talked about it after the game. He said, "I won't forget the next time we meet." Well, the next time they meet is in postseason in an elimination game for Weaver's team.
Well, Ortiz has never hit very well in this ballpark. In fact, lifetime .204 hitter. And that's most unusual for him. What he's been doing early in the game is going to left and left center field.
Ortiz with that low average here. Surprisingly low. He has hit 7 home runs in 98 at-bats, and he has raked Weaver. Weaver with this delivery, left-handers more success against him, and Big Papi is right in there. He's 5 out of 10 with 2 home runs.
Well, they're playing him as an off-field hitter, which would lead me to believe that they're going to throw most everything away from him, try to take his power away. That's just an excellent straight change. He's fooled Ortiz twice.
And now this crowd beginning once again to roar with the rally rackets. Strike 3 is ruled by Brian Runge, and Jared Weaver in his first inning pumps some life into the Angels.
Bark is a bark is a bark is a bark. Hey, talking about barking at chickens, why did the chicken cross the road? To get to the turducken. And Brett Favre's autograph. I want to do that.
Frank TV premieres November 20th, only on TBS.
Think back to the best beer you've ever had. Now, get ready to top it. Fresh Budweiser served on draft. No other beer is this fresh. And the taste? Just as the brewmaster intended. Will it be your best beer ever? I say we find out. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste.
Now the heartburn-stopping strength of Zantac also comes with a refreshing hint of cool mint. New maximum strength Zantac 150 Cool Mint tablets. Heartburn? Attack it. Zantac.
Right now, you can log on to eHarmony.com and review your matches all for free. Aren't you curious to see who you're compatible with? eHarmony.com. Log on today.
Of course, Geico sponsors Mike's Race Car because they insure everything race car fans love. RVs, motorcycles, ATVs. Tell you one thing they can't insure: Lauren Wallace. Because Lauren Wallace is made of lightning. Those guys are like, hey, where's Lauren? He was just here a minute ago. I'm 100 miles away, son. Ready to strike.
Geico, saving you money on insurance for your car and the other stuff that moves you.
With Verizon Wireless, Brent Hardy can send text, pics, and video messages unlimitedly. And during prom season, that's exactly what he did, sending proposals, photos, and proof of dance skills to everyone in the Tri-County area. Now Brent has options, because Brent has the Verizon network and the new Verizon Wireless Premium plan with unlimited messaging, navigating, access to videos, and more all included. Sign up today and buy the sleeker Razr 2. Verizon Wireless, it's the network.
At Angel Stadium in Anaheim, we go to the bottom of the first inning. The batting order for the Angels: Sean Figgins leading off in center field. Orlando Cabrera at shortstop at second. Vladimir Guerrero in right field today. Garrett Anderson, the cleanup hitter. Kendry Morales will bat fifth. Mycera Sturis at third base is sixth. And it's Howie Kendrick at second. Juan Rivera's first start of the series as the DH, and Mike Napoli the catcher.
Let's look at Curt Schilling at 6'5", 235. He will turn 41 in the not-too-distant future. This year, a game over 500. And the best career postseason winning percentage in baseball.
And Schilling with a strike to Sean Figgins.
Take a look at the scouting report. Curt Schilling still has pinpoint control, a great splitter. These days, he pitches comfortably between 88 and 89, can get it up there, maybe 91 tops.
And quickly ahead of Figgins, 0-2. Euclid and Lowell at the corners, and now Lowell will drop back at third base with 2 strikes on Sean Figgins, who hit, and this is the #1 poster child for how the Angels played at home this year. Sean Figgins hit .404 in this stadium this year.
If you're going to hold down the Angels, one of the things you have to do is hold down Figgins. The reason is the 41 stolen bases. And if he gets on and the Angels run better in this ballpark than they do on the road, they're going to test Varitek early.
And Figgins stays in there as Schilling hits 92, and it is a whole different Schilling, isn't it, Stoney, from the guy that made his living throwing high fastballs in the National League.
When he started out this year, he still believed he could be that overpowering Curt Schilling. He realized this year, after some shoulder problems, that he had to be a little more pinpoint and move the ball around and become a bit different.
And it's just foul to the left side.
And Curt Schilling really was 2 different pitchers because they put him on the disabled list. He came back and decided that he'd have to use the splitter more. He would even throw the occasional curveball, although he likes the cut fastball. And he's always been a strike throwing machine.
And you saw that number, 24 starts this year, only 23 walks. And Figgins puts it in play, but Coco Crisp well positioned in left center, backpedals to make the catch. And the Red Sox, who exhibited their great pitching and terrific defense in the 2 games in Boston with Ramirez, Crisp, and Drew in the outfield. The infield anchored by the Gold Glove third baseman Mike Lowell, and their captain, the veteran catcher Jason Varitek. So Orlando Cabrera batting second for the Angels.
This should be a good matchup for the Angels because Cabrera's hit .341 against Schilling lifetime.
And right back through the middle, and the Angels, their first runner.
Now when you look at the Angels team, and they led the American League going first to third 122 times, this is the way they have to do it. Cabrera gets a base hit back up the middle. He's swiped 20 bases this year, been thrown out 4 times. And even with Guerrero up, they won't hesitate to run on the combination of Schilling and Varitek.
Well, in game 1, when Sean Figgins led off with a hit, he ran with both Cabrera and Guerrero batting. Guerrero takes an outside strike. He doesn't like the call. Brian Runge at home plate.
This is one of the reasons why you have to be very observant.
Here's our leadoff line technology brought to you by Travelers Insurance. Getting right to that 9-foot line is Cabrera.
Well, he's going to extend that lead as Schilling goes into his stretch.
Boy, Schilling. Terry Francona talked to us about this today, how wonderful Schilling has been at stopping the running game.
Well, he talked about his times, and the average major league time is 1.3 for pitchers, 1.3 seconds getting the ball home. Schilling has always been quick to the plate. He's usually in the 1-2s.
There's our Travelers risk reward stat. That's what the Angels will try to do here. Can they get their running game going? Not even trying here, and a soft line drive to Lowell. So Cabrera, 3 pitches, did not make a move, and Guerrero on 3 pitches is out, and his postseason struggles continue.
Well, this is a split finger, and Schilling has decided to try to throw it in the dirt. Vladdy doesn't allow him to do that. He takes it right off the ground and still able to hit a line drive, although he did hit it softly off the end of the bat.
That is now 58 postseason at-bats in Vladimir Guerrero's career and 1 extra base hit. Garrett Anderson takes a strike.
Anderson has had the bad eye. You can't really see it there with the sunglasses, but he's had conjunctivitis. It hasn't seemed to affect his swing all that much. He's hit the ball hard, even though he's just 2 for 8.
And Anderson drives one to right field, but J.D. Drew there. So Schelling allows a 1-out hit, but gets the big hitters in the Angels' order.
All right, sir, here are your pillows.
I ordered you all pillows.
Seriously?
They have a pillow menu here. I thought I'd treat you guys. There's the U-shape. We got firm. We got down. All right. Enjoy your pillows.
Okay.
Thanks. Enjoy them.
Is that what you had in mind?
Just enjoy them.
I'm enjoying them.
I'm getting that sound in my head again every time you argue with me. Just enjoy them.
These are our seats right here.
Yeah?
Oh, this is awesome! Come on, let's do it now. Awesome! Yes, sir! Everybody's on your hands. Hey, we're all hanging out tonight.
If you could sit here for the same price as here,
Peanuts.
why wouldn't you?
Oh,
It's the same with auto insurance. With discounts up to 40%, it's possible to get the personal service of a State Farm agent for the same or less than those other guys. Call an agent 24/7 or visit statefarm.com.
Do you rinse at night? If it's Listerine, you're protecting your mouth all night long. While you sleep, your mouth is dry. That allows plaque and gingivitis germs to multiply. A quick rinse with Listerine puts those germs to bed, giving you 12 hours of protection. So rinse under the stars. Rinse by the moonlight. Say goodnight to germs. Listerine.
It's really no contest. Camry is a winner. And now you win too. Introducing the Camry Special Lease. Just $199 a month for 36 months with $27.48 due at signing. Or choose low 3.9% APR financing. The Toyota Camry. Now with 2 great deals to choose from. It's a win-win situation.
The footprint left by our driving has been well documented. Frontier Ford would like to join with you in reducing the buildup of greenhouse gases. We will offset these emissions by planting 20 trees for each new car, truck, or SUV you purchase at Frontier Ford. Together, we'll have a positive effect on our environment. Come to Frontier Ford and buy your new car, truck, or SUV knowing 20 trees will be planted in your name. Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek Boulevard at San Tomas Expressway, San Jose.
Manny Ramirez, who thrilled Boston after midnight, Friday night into Saturday morning, with what was shockingly the first game-ending home run he had ever hit as a member of the Red Sox. I asked 17 people with the Red Sox, is that really true? And lo and behold, 254 home runs as a member of the Red Sox for Ramirez, and then he finally hit his first walk-off.
Rodriguez tried to get inside with a fastball, and he couldn't get it by him. And that one might still be going. He hit it right on the screws, and it was a no-doubter.
And of course, every bit a part of Ramirez' heroics Friday night was the presence of David Ortiz. Walked 4 consecutive times in that game. And it just highlights the necessity and then the value of having 2 threats.
Terry Francona very happy to have these guys in the middle. You figure Weaver to stay outside because they're shifting him away. There's another off-speed pitch from Jared Weaver. He's got Ramirez well out in front of it. That ball drifted on the inner portion. That could be pretty dangerous because you've got Figgins just shaded over into right center field. So I don't think they're going to go inside for a strike. You see a 2-2 count. They want Manny to hit it the other way and try to drive it out.
And Ramirez fouls it away. Ramirez is in a small sampling, 6 career at-bats, has yet to get a hit off Weaver. Weaver just turned 25. He celebrated his birthday in Boston early this week. A Southern Californian born in Northridge, college at Long Beach State. 12th player chosen in the June 2004 draft by the Angels, but he did not sign for a full year. As Ramirez shoots one foul to the left. He did not sign for a full year. It was the deadline at the end of May in 05 when he finally signed with the Angels.
That's not going to happen anymore because now they give you 2 months to sign your draft choices instead of that year. So the process speeded up somewhat.
He is 6 years younger than older brother Jeff, who pitched in postseason last year with St. Louis and this year was in Seattle.
It's a good look at Napoli behind the plate. He'll hang the sign. Looks like he wants the straight change. And he got it at 79 miles an hour, but he got it up where Manny could just get a piece of it. We'll look in, and the sign's fairly simple with nobody on second base as Napoli takes a look at the feet of Ramirez to see if he's setting up any different way.
And missed low. Ramirez laid off the change, and so the Red Sox a 9-pitch at bat. Ramirez with a leadoff walk. Escuche a los postseason baseball on MLB. Use the SAP function on your remote to hear baseball en español.
Michael Lowell had a great year this year, and this was a guy that they thought they might want to trade in the offseason. Fortunately for the Red Sox, 120 RBIs came as the Red Sox third baseman.
And Lowell takes a strike. The biggest name that people talk about around the country, around the Red Sox, I think seems to be Curt Schilling, who will be a free agent at year's end. In New England, this is the man they know. Is a crucial decision facing the Red Sox.
Weaver's a fly ball pitcher. That's what he's always been known as. But this situation cries out for a double play. Ramirez is not going to be running. Lowell has no foot speed whatsoever. And the Boston lineup, most unusual in that their speed comes at the bottom of the order in Crisp and Lugo. And they've got the power boys in the middle.
Lowell left field. Anderson to the line. Can't play it. Ramirez on his way to third. Lowell heading to second. And they're both safe. Ramirez with a wide slide and just kept his fingertips on the bag. Double for Lowell.
But with nobody at second base, it necessitated Anderson going to third. He goes to the line thinking he's got a pretty good shot at Ramirez. Ramirez is in easily. The only question is, can he hook the bag? And he does a nice job. Good call by C.B. Buckner. But with Ramirez going in as hard as he did, he does a nice job of hooking the bag and making sure that his Torres, a heads-up third baseman who kept his glove on him, doesn't get the out.
So second and third, nobody out for the Red Sox. The infield back as Drew taps one back to the mound. And Weaver gets a huge out. The Angels conceding a run, and J.D. Drew on the first pitch. An anti-Red Sox-like at bat, he taps out.
Well, on the off-speed pitch, he went up there and hit it right back to Weaver, who nicely takes a look at third before getting it to first. You've got to go up there in that situation looking for something waist high or above. You know that you have a high fastball pitcher in Weaver. He swung at the straight change, couldn't do much with it, and now you still have the infield back. They're still going to concede the run with the captain, Jason Varitek, coming to bat.
There you see the Angels alignment, same alignment they had with Drew at the plate. Drew has not done well at getting that man home from third with less than 2 outs this year. Varitek, in this situation, has delivered the runner 60% of the time, which is right at the Boston team average. And we talked about this the other night, Steve, that run production can be measured in all kinds of different ways, and this is one of those areas that to me is very telling about a hitter, because here's a spot where Drew could have, Varitek can deliver a run with an out.
Either a fly ball or a ground ball to the right side, scores a run easily.
Long foul, and it's quickly 0-2.
Now this is one of the few times in this situation where you're thinking about a strikeout. Napoli's going out to talk with Weaver, and one of the things he might be telling him is, look, don't be afraid to bury one in the dirt. Try to get him out of the strike zone. You have 2 choices. One higher than high, right around a helmet high fastball, or you can take that good hard breaking ball, throw it in the dirt, but you have to have supreme confidence in your catcher with Manny Ramirez 90 feet away at third base. Nice to see Mike Butcher back.
Yes.
He got ill after the ball game. They had to take him off the team charter, but he's 100% and back in the dugout today. He's the pitching coach of the Angels.
0-2. And a high pitch. Varitek fouls back. Now, Varitek did strike out more than any Red Sox batter, 122 this year. Weaver 115 strikeouts in 161 innings. Just missed to the inside, 1-2.
Well, he went with both varieties, that face-high fastball and then the curveball low and in. Pitch Tracks tells us that it was a good call by Brian Runge. That ball was well off the plate. This is, again, a good time, now that you've changed the eye level of the hitter, a good time for a helmet high fastball out of the zone.
Got him. Weaver pitching for the strikeout, gets the strikeout.
This is out of the strike zone. It's the changeup. And as you can see, he has Varitek well out in front of it. Not exactly a circle change, but he throws it with 3 fingers and turns it over. And an excellent pitch. Napoli going out and looking to his tourist at third, reminding him that Crisp will bunt the ball. He was back, now he's moved in on the grass to take away the bunt.
So first base is open here, but Weaver has very good history with Crisp. Crisp just 1 for 11. Starts him with a breaking ball for a strike.
When you're down 0-2, you're looking for anything to give your team a lift. And if Weaver can extricate himself from this inning with no runs scored, that could be the lift that propels the Angels to victory today.
Crisp takes high. Covelli Coco Crisp, who's at home here. He's a Southern Californian, grew up in Inglewood, which is much closer to Los Angeles Airport. And he said he fought and he scrounged and he wound up getting 10 tickets for today's game for his family and friends. Which means he said no to a lot of people.
That's what you have to do in the playoffs, certainly when you're allowed just 2. Now the danger of pitching around Crisp is that Lugo in the on-deck circle, despite the righty-righty matchup, is 4 for 8 against Weaver.
Ramirez opened the inning with a walk on a 9-pitch at bat. Lowell doubled him to third. They're still there with 2 outs. And Crisp fouls it.
At that time, Crisp really helped out Jared Weaver because it should be 3-1. Instead, tied up 2-2. We'll take another look See how far this one's out of the zone. It's almost out of the picture.
There's the rally rackets, the successors to the thunder sticks that we all remember. Little, almost like little ping pong paddles that got hammers on both sides.
You had Cabrera moving in back of Lowell at second base, forcing a lot of movement out there, and that's something that Crisp doesn't want to see in this situation, so he called timeout.
Oh, and that hit the umpire. A ball that looked like it got a piece of Brian Runge. Yep. And could that have saved a run? Struck him out. Weaver, second and third, nobody out. Pitch is out of trouble.
The question is, how far can you go with a gallon of gas?
A half a mile? A mile? 3 miles!
Wow, you're strong. But this Chevy Aveo, on a gallon of gas, gets an EPA estimated 34 miles highway.
Wow!
It's one of 8 Chevy models that get an EPA estimated 30 mpg highway or better.
Wow! My dad can go 35 miles. Wow!
Chevy, from gas-friendly to gas-free. That's an American Revolution.
It's a lonely feeling. While the rest of the world is sleeping soundly, you've woken up in the middle of the night asking yourself,
why am I up again?
That's why only Ambien CR has 2 layers of sleep relief. The first dissolves quickly to help you fall asleep fast. Plus, unlike other sleep aids, there's a second layer. It dissolves slowly to help you stay asleep. Until you know how Ambien CR will affect you, you shouldn't drive or operate machinery. Be sure you're able to devote 7 to 8 hours to sleep before being active again. Sleepwalking and eating or driving while not fully awake with amnesia for the event have been reported. In rare cases, sleep aids may cause severe allergic reactions such as swelling of your tongue or throat or shortness of breath. If you experience any of these behaviors or reactions, contact your doctor immediately. Side effects may include next-day drowsiness, dizziness, and headache. It's non-narcotic and can be taken for as long as your prescriber recommends. However, like most sleep aids, it has some risk of dependency. Don't take it with alcohol. Ask your prescriber about Ambien CR. Remember, CR for a good night's sleep from start to finish.
Pizza.
For here to go?
Delivery.
Delivery.
Yeah, delivery.
Lois.
Pizza's here. Hey.
They had a little captain in them because they always designated driver.
Drink responsibly.
This guy is going to be some kind of good.
Grady Sizemore, 25.
What a catch by Sizemore!
Robinson Cano, 24.
Oh, game over!
Applebond, 26.
Swing and a miss.
Chris Young, 24. Cole Hamels, 23. You can call them stars of the future.
What a job by Carmona!
That's if you call October the future. There's only one postseason. There's only one Fall Classic. There's only one October.
And Anaheim, Game 3 of the American League Division Series on TBS. The Boston Red Sox going for a sweep. They've won 8 straight postseason games against the Angels. As Kendry Morales takes inside for ball 1. Morales again getting the start today. Casey Kochman ill, and with a new regulations and in essence new laws in place this year, much less information available on players that are not available. Mike Scioscia said he by law couldn't tell us, but that Kochman not available. Morales to right center. Drew makes the catch. So one away, bottom of the second, and Jose Mota is with a special guest here at Angel Stadium.
That's right, Ted. Thank you very much. Reggie Miller. Reggie, by the way, you're a big Angels fan. You have been for years. They're down 2 games. What is your message? What is your karma?
Well, we got the Dream Weaver on the mound tonight, so hopefully that'll be good karma in itself. But, you know, in the game of sports, I've seen funnier things happen, so I know my Angels are not out of it.
Your brother Derek got to play for the Angels after being drafted. Your sister played basketball. A tough decision for you to become a basketball player or no?
Well, my first love was baseball, and I was 5'9" when I entered high school, so I played baseball all the way up to that point, and then I started to grow in high school, and that's when I started to concentrate on basketball.
The opportunity came up and the rumors about returning to the NBA. What prompted that, and what led you to your decision of not coming back?
Well, it was tough because I'm with a good family, with the Turner family, but it was obviously could have been a great situation in Boston to play with KG, who I think is really going to have an MVP year. So it was tough, but you know, retired means retired, and I kind of like what I'm doing now.
Marv Albert, and you're going to hook up against TNT. And by the way, any predictions? You got a big game coming up there on October 3rd.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because I look at San Antonio being the defending champions. I'm wondering which team is really going to be able to beat them in a 7-game series. I really don't think there's a team out there because they're so experienced and they're so well coached. So, and it's going to be great. There we go. We finally get a hit. Let's get this going now.
Making a call on play-by-play. That's October 30th. By the way, if the Angels advance and the Yankees advance, would you sit with Spike?
Absolutely. We've already talked about that. I've been hitting him on his email and telling him if my Angels come to town, we're going to sit together and try to do this all over again, obviously with my Angels winning.
And lastly, by the way, I know you have a message for the people back in studio. What is that?
Yeah, I just really wanted to say congratulations to Ernie. Finally, the Turner family has stepped up and really got him some in-studio talent. Curtis, the Big Hurt, and Cal Ripken. I know he's used to Mutt and Jeff. We finally get a chance to see and hear Ernie. So congratulations, Erner and the Turner family. Finally, no more Mutt and Jeff with Charles and Kenny.
Direct message. Thank you so much, Reggie.
You're welcome.
Ted, Steve, back to you.
All right, Jose. You can tell Reggie Miller's a fan, 1. 2, you can tell he's a longtime fan because he had a retro Angels hat on there. And I love the fact that he and Spike Lee are still going to connect because that's one of the great shows of all time in basketball. Well, Mycera Sturris with a 1-out hit. And Howie Kendrick, the batter for the Angels.
Kendrick hit .322 this year, and talking with Mike Sosha, I said, was there anything surprising about it? He said, yeah, the surprising thing was he didn't hit .360 because he hits line drives all over the field. This guy is going to be one of the better hitters in the American League before it's over.
So Sturris edging out. Sturris 7 steals this year in 8 tries. The Angels had Cabrera on in the first inning. Stoney never made a move to try to run on Schilling.
Well, I have to believe with Sturris stealing 2 bases in game 2 that he's going to be on the run somewhere in this sequence. I think that's probably what Veritek is talking about with Schilling. Keep a close eye on him.
Now, well, you've seen Schilling here. What is he doing that causes Terry Francona to rave about how that only 6 people even tried to steal on him this year?
Well, he says that he's very quick consistently to home plate, and more than that, he varies his times in holding the baseball. That along with quick feet. And that's the difference in moves between a left-hander and a right-hander. A left-hander with a good move, it's deception. A right-hander with a good move, it's quickness. And this is what Schilling will do. He'll throw over there, trying to tire out the base runner. Then he'll vary his times coming to home plate. He's doing a whole lot to help Jason Veritek behind the plate if Sturris does run.
Schilling threw only 2 balls to the first 5 batters. And now he starts Kendrick, the 6th, or actually the 7th batter after Sturris is hit at 2-0.
last 3 hitters who have hit the ball, last 4 hitters have hit line drives. That ball out of the zone, but Ryan Runge thought it was good enough. So I'd say today Curt Schilling better hope that his stuff gets a bit better, because right now the Angels are getting very good looks at him.
Hard shot, Lugo. Pedroia, double play. Kendrick hit it on the nose, but the Red Sox turn 2.
Imagine taking just one medicine for seasonal allergies.
New Veramist nasal spray.
One medicine that treats all my nasal symptoms and eye symptoms. And does it all with a gentle, fine mist.
Veramist is the kind of medicine that works on a whole range of chemicals that lead to your allergy symptoms. For best results, use once daily. Side effects may include nosebleed or nasal sores. Nasal fungal infection, glaucoma, or cataracts may occur.
Ask your doctor about new Veramist for seasonal allergy symptoms. The power of one.
Even more dreams will come true during the 2008 Disney Dreams giveaway. Like an overnight stay in the Cinderella Castle, magical dream fast passes, and other surprises. Becoming the Grand Marshal in Disney parades around the globe. And for the first time, an overnight in-the-park stay in the Disneyland Dream Suite. It all starts January as part of the Year of a Million Dreams at the place where dreams come true. Visit DisneyParks.com.
That's the thing about Risk. He never sleeps. For auto, home, or business, make sure your insurance keeps up. Travelers.
Your walls are your canvas. Your life is your inspiration. And your paint is Benjamin Moore. Benjamin Moore Paints, the backdrop to your life.
Always available at your local Bay Area Benjamin Moore dealer.
Prius, the most fuel-efficient car in America. It's the one more people said they'd buy again.
This American League Division Series on TBS is presented by Budweiser, the official beer of baseball. And at Anaheim, at Angels Stadium, another change for the Angels. Reggie Willits, a rookie, has taken over in left field for Garrett Anderson, who played the first 2 games and started this game 3 despite a swollen right eye infection that's known as conjunctivitis. Anderson 1 at bat and is out. Another Angel regular gone for Mike Scioscia.
Well, the Angel philosophy is really going to be put to the test, because their philosophy is speed, and they just lost some more power and gained a little speed.
Second pitch to Lugo. Julio Lugo with a pop-up. Sean Figgins makes the catch, so the Angels already missing their starting center fielder, Gary Matthews Jr., who was not on the roster for this series. They've had Guerrero leave game 2 before the end, and now Anderson leaving game 3.
And apparently, even though Anderson was able to play the first 2 games and start this one, his eye really started to bother him, and that's why Willits is in left field.
So Weaver delivering a strike to Dustin Pedroia, grounded out to start the game today. Actually, more of a high chop off the plate that Mice Aristures made a very good play on. Stoney, I can tell you, I was caught off guard a little bit in the 9th inning Friday night. Lugo led off with a hit, and Terry Francona had Pedroia hit and run.
He said he had a couple of choices. One was the bunt, and he didn't want to give away that out.
Shattered bat.
And what he said was, look, I know Pedroia can make contact. If he bunts, I give away an out. If I use the hit and run, he's going to make contact, and maybe I can wind up with runners at first and third without giving up the out. As it turned out, he grounded into the force out, but accomplished the same thing as they got their man to second base.
A lot of faith in a rookie, isn't it? First postseason.
Well, rookies in Boston are different than rookies anyplace else. And talking with Theo Epstein, he told me that when they bring up a guy, they have to know that he's ready to go. There's no breaking in period with the Red Sox, not when you're in the same division with the Yankees.
Pedroia this year, his rookie year, 520 at-bats, and he only struck out 42 times. Why Terry Francona had that faith in him.
He's an aggressive hitter, always has been since his days at Arizona State University. He's got a great arm. He was a shortstop.
Chase is there, and so Weaver beginning the second pass through the order, and Weaver is giving the Angels right now the start they need.
Once again, Weaver goes out of the zone with an off-speed pitch. It's a good changeup. It's low and away. His plan today is very simple. He gets ahead with the hard stuff and wipes them out with the soft stuff.
So 5 strikeouts already as he delivers a strike to Youkilis. Well, this would be an important out for Weaver. He can get Youkilis, he would have Ortiz leading off an inning. Willits toward the left field line and runs out of room down in that short corner where the fence really curls in just to the left of that 330 mark.
That was an example of the wind taking what would have been a home run and pushing it just foul. Youkilis didn't know if it'd stay fair long enough. You see the wind blowing. It swirls here. Looks like it's blowing in toward the Angel dugout. But we've seen the ball carry in left center field, but be knocked down in right field.
A 1-2 again. Youkilis out to right field. Guerrero there. And again, you can see him tracking that ball as it was moved by the wind. But the Angels get the Sox in order.
They're called tiendas, thousands of tiny storefronts across Central America that sell food and goods to millions. But delivering refrigerated food to them takes a different approach than for big stores. So Cargill built a creative distribution system, equipping salespeople with icebox scooters and handheld computers to call on the tiendas and deliver the small but essential inventory they need when they need it. This is how Cargill works with customers.
LL Bean gear. If it lives up to our tests, you can be sure it will live up to yours. Enjoy free shipping and great values on everything you need for fall. Call or visit llbean.com.
Prices they got in here. $8 candy bar, $11 for a can or two. Now, it's prices like these that's keeping folks from living the high life. Sir, where's your beer section? Thank you. A good, honest beer at a tasty price. That's what we stand for. Clean up on aisle common sense. Hey, let me grab this. That's how we do it. Get in and out, boy. You just lost your right to say a Miller High Life is what you did.
Jed Clampett, a poor mountaineer barely keeping his family fed, when in the summer of '63 he was shooting at some food, becoming a millionaire overnight. Soon afterward, he loaded up his truck and moved to Beverly Hills.
I was suspicious of this whole Texas tea theory.
A new investigation reveals that in the summer before Jed moved away from there, he switched his car insurance to Geico, saving a substantial sum of money.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Oh, I totally agree. I mean, you know, how much you have to invest these days to earn some respect. I mean, my broker takes forever to return my calls, and when he does, he's got like 2 seconds to talk. I mean, I realize the guy's got bigger fish to fry, but does he have to make it so obvious? Thank you.
Major League postseason baseball available in HD here on TBS. TBS now available in high definition. Call your local cable or satellite provider. Now that Rally Monkey became a part of Americans' baseball culture in the 2002 postseason when the Angels rallied on this field. They were 3 innings away from elimination. Rallied to win the World Series in 7 games. As Juan Rivera leads off, and he hits one off the end of the bat, but it finds the gap into center field for a hit. The Angels have their 3rd hit already off Curt Schilling. All right, our Sonic trivia question today: which 2 players in baseball history have had 10 straight seasons hitting 300 and 25 home runs?
Well, so far this game has been an interesting contrast because in a 0-0 game, the Red Sox are not getting good swings at Weaver, but the Angels are getting great swings at Schilling. And you wouldn't expect this to stay 0-0 all that long.
Mike Napoli, the catcher, takes ball 1. The Angels in their first trips only do look like a different team at the plate.
Well, Napoli's one of those guys with tremendous power, although he hasn't shown it in the major leagues yet. He had great power in the minor leagues. They figure his power is going to come to him here. He's a very good defensive catcher.
The Angels are still, even though they've had better swings so far, as you said, they still need to score. They've scored only once in 20 innings now against the Red Sox team that led the American League in ERA, and that's only the 3rd time in 85 years that a Boston team has led the American League in ERA.
That's one of the things that Curt Schilling will do, is he will paint the corners consistently. And the more the pitcher is around the plate, the more strikes he's going to get. I had an opportunity to fly here from Boston with a couple of the umpires on this crew who shall remain nameless. And they were talking to me about the consistency of a pitcher and then his ability to get the close pitches.
Outside for strike 2, inside for strike 3, and that's got Napoli upset.
It's very difficult for a catcher to argue too much with the umpire because he's got to get pitches for his pitcher. Now this pitch is awfully close.
So Stoney, would this be an example of consistency that Schilling, who has proven through the years that he is around the strike zone?
Well, I think he has a reputation as a guy that is a strike throwing machine, and you're seeing it today, in, out. And that's what he's got to do these days because that big fastball he used to have is gone.
So Sean Figgins fouls one away. Figgins with a fly ball his first time. The Angels in this scenario are not going to be running. Juan Rivera is just back. He broke his leg playing winter ball last year and missed most of the season. So one scenario here where there's no running, and now the Red Sox try to turn 2. Can't double up Figgins. So 2 outs. Figgins now the runner as we check in with Jose Mota.
The main reason Anderson was taken out is, as I got information from first base coach Alfredo Griffin, the ball hit by Mike Lowell, in which you saw him hesitate, actually had Anderson not being able to see the ball at all. So Mike Socha decided it's not about the hitting, but perhaps not hurting his team also defensively. Guys?
So Figgins now the runner at first for the Angels with 2 outs. Cabrera the batter. And let's see if Figgins with 2 outs tries to get the Angels going. Cabrera fouls it away.
I would think they'd want to try somebody else defensively other than Youkilis at first base. He's gone 190 straight games without making an error. This for a guy who played first base in high school but didn't as he came up through the system with the Red Sox. He's from Cincinnati. He's familiar with some great amateur baseball around that Cincinnati area. Ken Griffey Jr., one of the guys that came out of there. Pete Rose, Don Zimmer, and a number of others.
And now Schilling, there's what you talked about, Stoney varying his hold time so much that he finally got Cabrera to back out.
Well, I got to believe that they're going to try to run on Schilling. I know he is varying his times, and he does have a quick move. Figgins is getting an average lead at this point. But if he thinks he can read Schilling at all, and Schilling with a bit of an open stance on the mound, I think they've got to test him.
Not running, and Cabrera is now at 0-2. Well, got to say this, the Angels are getting better swings, Stoney, but also Schilling is not allowing them. He's winning the battle of denying the Angels the chance to play their style of game.
Well, they're just not playing it because with Anderson out and a lack of power on this team, I don't think they can slug their way by the Red Sox. I think they have to run their way past the Red Sox, and we'll see if they have an opportunity to do that.
There goes Figgins, and Cabrera lines it to left for a hit. Figgins is going to third. Ramirez throw, and Figgins is in. Lowell with the complaint now at CB Buckner. Terry Francona on his way out. And that was Angel ball. A daring first to third run by Figgins, and he made it.
Terry Francona coming out. He wants to argue with CB Buckner, and we'll take another look at it. They elect to run, and that's the only thing that allowed Figgins to get into third base. And he kind of slows down, losing his footwork. And CB thinks the leg got in ahead of the tag. Mike Lowell is incensed. We'll take one more look at it. Manny makes a pretty nice throw.
Looks like the leg did get in. The tag's up a little bit.
Well, the foot got in and then the knee got in. It looked to me like it was a pretty good call at third. Now the only question I would have is, in the hard slide, did he pop off the bag with Lowell's glove still on him?
Right. Does the right leg goes over, had the left leg hit?
To me, it looked like he's off the bag entirely when Lowell still had the glove on him, and I think that's what Lowell was arguing about.
Well, the Angels have their chance, and for the first time in this series, Cabrera's single allows Vladimir Guerrero an opportunity.
But that's what not running early in the count cost them. It cost them a run. Instead, they went from first to third.
Guerrero hit a soft liner to third in his first at bat. And Vladimir Guerrero, again, this magnificent player with so much regular season success, never had a chance to play in the postseason in his career in Montreal. 3 times now in the postseason with the Angels, and 1 memorable grand slam at Fenway in the 04 Division Series, the only extra base hit.
Well, Schilling knows one thing. He knows you don't have to throw Guerrero a strike to get him out. Now here's where another injury might come into play, because instead of Anderson behind Guerrero, it's Reggie Willits, who didn't hit a home run in 430 at-bats this year.
So saying Schilling's pitching with an open base. It happens to be second base.
And you're right. He wants no part of Guerrero, but he wouldn't be pitching him the same way with Garrett Anderson standing in the on-deck circle. So the injuries have started to mount up for the Angels. There is no excuses this time of year, but they are a banged-up ball club.
There's the walk. So Guerrero not shown a strike and not swinging at any of Schilling's offers. And so a rookie who was not expected to be a key player on this Angel team this year and ended up being one, has the biggest at-bat of his baseball life. Reggie Willits with the bases loaded, 2 outs, from Oklahoma.
Willits has tremendous speed, and he uses the whole field. They're playing him as an opposite field hitter, which would tell me and should tell Reggie Willits that they're going to work him away.
There's a rarity. Willits, who made a name for himself this year by not swinging at the first pitch, goes after the first ball there and fouls it.
Well, I think the scouting reports, and each of these teams met about 5 hours on the advanced scouting reports, said that if he wants to, Schilling will throw strike one consistently. And so no reason for Willits to be taking early, and he didn't that time.
Varitek handles the ball low, 1 ball, 1 strike.
You have to have a lot of confidence to throw a splitter with a man at third. Nice catch by Varitek, and it saves a run.
Well, there's a ton of experience in that combination. Look at the outfield. Look where Ramirez almost to the left field line for Willits. Willits that way with a foul, 1 and 2. Coco Crisp playing almost in straightaway left center. Reggie Willits is from Oklahoma. He wears number 77. Favorite player growing up, Kenny Lofton. He's getting ready to play at Yankee Stadium right now. That's why Reggie Willits wanted to wear 7, because of his fact that Kenny Lofton was the player he loved growing up.
Kenny Lofton has an amazing career, and he's having a pretty good postseason.
Popped him up. Varitek will have a play. And he hangs on, sliding onto the dirt. Varitek makes the play, and it's Schilling's turn to pitch out of trouble.
Anybody here a vegetarian? Now, what if I told you the Chevy Silverado is a vegetarian? It's true. There's one of over 1.5 million Chevys that can run on E85 ethanol, a cleaner burning fuel that comes mostly from the earth. But if you don't like the name E85, you can call it a stir-fry or waka-waka vegetable-burning Chevy. Or you can just call it a vegetarian.
Chevy, from gas-friendly to gas-free. That's an American revolution.
I can't sleep.
Did you have a nightmare?
No, I'm worried about this family's financial future. Does your retirement plan provide predictability of income and protection against market risk? Do you have good supplemental health insurance? What about estate planning, car insurance? Dents are easy to fix, but liability's a nightmare.
Buddy, we're with AIG.
Oh.
The AIG companies, the strength to be there.
Don't get up. I'll talk myself in.
Pizza?
For here to go?
Delivery.
Delivery.
Yeah, delivery.
Louis.
You never believe me.
Pizza's here. Hey.
They had a little captain in them because they always designated driver.
Drink responsibly.
When it comes to powerful congestion relief, my choice is Clear. I get Claritin Clear with Claritin D.
Some allergy decongestants change their formulas. Claritin D chose not to change.
For terrible sinus pressure, my choice is Clear. Claritin D.
Nothing works stronger, faster, or longer to relieve your worst allergy symptoms, including congestion and sinus pressure, without drowsiness.
For the worst allergies, I want a product with the best decongestant. My choice is Clear. Claritin D.
Get Claritin D at the pharmacy counter. Still no prescription needed.
Live Claritin Clear.
The National League Championship Series is on TBS. This is when it counts. Every pitch, every at-bat, the chance to be a hero.
High fly ball deep to left center field. This one is gone.
This is where heart-stopping plays make time stand still.
The throw to the plate. He is safe.
The road to the World Series goes through TBS. Exclusive coverage of the National League Championship Series begins Thursday. There is only one October, and it's on TBS.
David Ortiz, Big Papi, walking through the Red Sox clubhouse this morning with a huge bag of ice. It might, in fact, have been 2 bags of ice. It might have been 3. It looks so big. Taped to his right knee. He had cortisone in that knee. Hasn't affected him one bit at the plate.
Well, he's got to deal with the double wall in right field, and there's a lot of left-hand hitters in this ballpark that say that that's one of the things that keep the home runs down.
And Ortiz to right field. Nothing is going to keep this down. And David Ortiz puts the Red Sox in front. It began in the 0-4 playoffs against the Angels and then the Yankees, and he is crafting a fabulous postseason resume. His 10th career postseason home run. That is the most now in Red Sox history.
Ortiz is a very observant hitter, and he's always hit Weaver. He came in 5 for 10 with 2 home runs and 7 RBIs. And after a first ball fastball, he got a changeup down in the zone. And as Willie McCovey once told me, when the big guys hit him, doesn't matter which way the wind is blowing. Jared Weaver most unhappy with that. And he finds himself trailing.
And now Manny Ramirez takes a strike. He got it going in September, and he got it going, oddly enough, to David Ortiz in September when this guy wasn't playing. He didn't have Ramirez bat behind him, and Ortiz had an awesome September.
Well, I think the Red Sox did a great job with Ortiz in that they're keeping him healthy enough. They knew that Ramirez wasn't 100%. He had an oblique problem, and they wanted 3 and 4 healthy to go into the playoffs, so they didn't rush Manny Ramirez back. They let David Ortiz hit in the lineup without the protection behind him, and it's worked out very well in the postseason for both of them.
And you watch Ortiz and Ramirez in these big swings, Stoney. It really resonates. There was a story written in this morning's Los Angeles Times. And Tim Salmon, who just retired after last season, had a long career as an outfielder and then a DH for the Angels. And he was talking about the difference in the way these teams right now are composed and the difference in their need to score, or the way they score runs. And Tim Salmon said, look, the Angels did a great job and they're doing the best they can with what they have. But he said, we didn't win the World Series with Scott Spezio hitting a single. We won the World Series because Scott Spezio, and he's referencing a huge hit in Game 6, hit a home run.
Well, the Angels are not going to hit home runs with this particular lineup, even when they're healthy. I mean, the 18 home runs by Matthews would have been very nice along with his defense in the postseason, but this is a team built on speed.
And Ramirez fouls one away, and it's going to drift out of play. So now for the 3rd time in this series, once in each of 3 games, a big swing from one of the Red Sox sluggers. at that.
Red Sox fans everywhere. They blend in because of the red of the ballpark, but those aren't Angel fans standing.
And it's something right now. It's the big swings. Theo Epstein, the Red Sox GM, he's got a scout seat there right behind home plate. And I guess the next question, Stoney, is what, you know, and Tim Salmon referenced this in the story this morning. He said, when you're facing a guy like Beckett, are you going to piece together a rally against him, or is your best chance to score going to be that mistake pitch that might get hit for a 2-run homer?
Well, there's very few people around baseball that want to face Josh Beckett, but the team that does desperately is the Angels, because if they're facing him, they're still alive in Game 4.
And Ramirez drives one, and the Red Sox go back-to-back 2-0.
David Ortiz hit the ball hard, but Manny Ramirez hit it into the stratosphere. That ball was just a rocket. Figgins took one look, he took one step, and that's about all he could do. This is a hanging breaking ball up in the zone, and Manny Ramirez realizes that that one is just about as far as the one that ended Game 2. And apparently, if Weaver doesn't like the Red Sox walking, make better pitching.
That's it.
And there's his partner in the middle, getting up to the top of the dugout to greet Manny Ramirez.
Would you say that those last two swings are statements?
Well, that's the way the Red Sox play. I mean, they've got the Thunder in the middle. They've got one speed guy at the top in Pedroia. They've got their two speed guys at the bottom, but the middle is all the bangers.
And oddly, as that graphic shows you, there's Manny's admiration and walk, and finally breaks into a trot. And as that graphic, though, showed you, it wasn't that kind of year for the Red Sox during the season. They didn't slug their way through the season, but their sluggers seem to be finding their stride now.
Well, they stole 95 bases, so this isn't the lead-footed Red Sox of old. This is a team that can run, but they do it with the big hitters in the middle.
And I think, Steve, the other element that just screams out over the last 20 minutes, Vladimir Guerrero finally had a chance to do some damage, and Kurt Schilling didn't pitch to him and didn't worry about not pitching to him. The Red Sox, if you pitch around one, you deal with the other.
Well, Kurt Schilling has spent 18 years in this league understanding what it takes to beat a lineup, not necessarily one hitter.
Mike Lowell with a pop-up, and Morales will take it, first baseman, and that's the first out here in the top of the fourth.
And when we talk about Schilling and that at bat to Guerrero, he threw him 4 pitches out of the zone. A guy that very rarely, if ever, walks in Guerrero, but Schilling wanted no part of him because he had Reggie Willits behind him and not Garrett Anderson.
And the 9th inning, Friday night, the Angels wanted no part of Ortiz, and Ramirez beat him. And they've gone back-to-back here in the 4th inning for the first time all season to give the Red Sox the lead.
J.D. Drew has seen his brother, Steven, punch his ticket to the championship round. He also saw him hit 2 home runs, and we congratulate the Arizona Diamondbacks, the Colorado Rockies. They will play in the NLCS, and we will have that right here on TBS. And that's
just
going
as
to be,
you had it at the beginning of the year, right?
That's going to be a bit surprising, but it's going to be a terrific series. I think everybody picked that to be the final 2 teams left standing in the National League.
Well, as the Red Sox and the Angels have both done this year, what Arizona and Colorado are exhibiting, and in fact, I had a chance to talk to Theo Epstein about this before the game today, is that there's a trend back in the game now, which is a healthy one, towards developing your own, growing your own, and not being afraid of putting your own young guys into crucial spots. I mean, the Rockies are starting guys who weren't in the big leagues till the middle of the season or the second half of the year in crucial games, and they're going to the LCS by doing it.
And the Diamondbacks are very similar to that.
Right. And the Red Sox have inserted their Pedroias and Buckholtzes, Ellsburys, and the Yankees have done the same. Well, 52 times now in the last 10 years, a team has lost the first 2 games in a best-of-5 playoff series, and only 7 times has a team come back. 7 out of 52. That's what the Angels are trying to do, and they're down 2-0 here as Willits fights the sun and makes the catch.
Jason Varitek worries, number 1, about his pitcher, 2, about his defense, and that's what he's all about. This is a fine play to end the inning. He bobbles it, but make sure that he shows Brian Runge that that ball never gets away from him. And that's how what was shaping up as a dangerous 3rd inning ended for Curt Schilling and the Red Sox.
And then the Red Sox come right back after Schilling left 3 on base. Ortiz and Ramirez go back-to-back here in the 4th. What you see there, and I think Ortiz is a big part of it, that's the tone you see in the Red Sox clubhouse. It's a very, for the pressures that are inherent with playing baseball in Boston, it's a very relaxed clubhouse. At least it has been that we've seen in this series.
Walking through before the game, it really didn't look like anything other than a regular season game, maybe the middle of the year. You had guys talking to one another, joking around. They were a very loose team before the game.
Varitek out to right center. And of course, having a 2-0 lead certainly helps in games, and now a 2-0 lead in game 3.
Traffic ahead.
Incredible. You found a golf course near the conference. Awesome Chinese. Now you find me a way around traffic. I love you.
Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit lonely and you're never coming around. Take Market Street exit.
You're right. We'll just keep it professional, you know?
Go everywhere, find everything. Fall hard for the new Where To GPS at Avis.
In the old days, shopping for car insurance meant going to company after company, filling out form after form, and getting quotes one at a time. Today, you go to one place, Progressive.com. You get the Progressive Direct rate plus those other companies' rates in about 8 minutes. It's that simple. Start at Progressive.com and get all the information you need to make the best decision in about 8 minutes. Go to Progressive.com today.
Are you about to finish your extra long bacon cheddar cheesesteak? Yep. Hi, I'm here with TJ. Just finished an extra long bacon cheddar cheesesteak. How'd that work out for you?
Absolutely fantastic. I didn't know if I'd be able to do it, but I found my way to the end.
Any truth to the rumor you have meat rage?
No.
You know what I mean? Like you ate.
All right, that's not plugged in anymore.
Oh. We'll be right back.
Extra long bacon cheddar cheesesteak. New at Sonic. The hearty taste of steak and bacon served up big on a really long bun. Pay the Sonic way. Swipe your credit or My Sonic card from your car.
It's here. Toyota's Big Days of Tundra. Starring the #1 selling half-ton in California. With 0% APR financing for up to 60 months. Or $2,500 cash back. Saddle up for epic deals. Toyota's Big Days of Tundra. Now playing at your Toyota dealer.
I never thought I would graduate from college. I never thought I would walk the halls of Congress. Yet here I am, motivated, educated, empowered to serve and lead.
Today, Hispanics contribute to every aspect of American life.
I encourage you to pursue a college education, develop your talents, and become leaders. Learn more at chci.org.
Together, we are making a difference.
Jared Weaver threw 3 innings strong, but stung by the Red Sox sluggers. Ortiz, Ramirez back-to-back in the top of the 4th. And now Schilling takes the mound with a 2-0 lead. Kendry Morales takes ball 1.
Morales hit the ball very hard the first time up.
So the Angels are now playing without 3 of their regular starters. Center fielder Gary Matthews, first baseman Casey Kochman out today, and Garrett Anderson, their cleanup hitter, leaving the game in the 3rd inning.
That's a big loss with Matthews because of the defense that he plays alley to alley, and when he's in there you can use Figgins at third base.
So 2-1 to Kendry Morales. And that chopped foul. Schilling, not only a different pitcher, he's also been a guy throwing far less pitches. He has not thrown, he's not even reached 100 pitches in a start since. In fact, the last time he threw 100 pitches was his one-hitter, the near no-hitter he had in Oakland this year on June the 7th.
In that game he was throwing 95, but he hasn't really approached that since that game. And if you're not striking out a whole lot of hitters, you're not going to be throwing that many pitches. Talking with Mickey Hatcher about the hitters on this Angel team, said one of the adjustments that Morales has had to make coming over from Cuba is the speed of the game, and that's something that he's going to have to adjust to. But this young man can hit. They fully expect him to be a productive hitter in the major leagues and eventually show the power that they know he has.
So Morales spoiling here, fouling several Schilling pitches away.
That's what Curt Schilling will do to you. Morales was out on the front foot. That was the splitter. He had seen a couple of good fastballs, and he was well ahead of that one. You see that only 1 walk? That was 4 straight bad ones, and it was intentional. And one of the things that Terry Francona is going to watch very closely is Curt Schilling, because gone are the days when he could go deep into each and every game. Terry remembers him from the Philadelphia days when he was the horse. You gave him the ball, he went 9. That's just what he did. Those days are gone as he approaches his 41st birthday, but he's still the best postseason pitcher percentage-wise in the history of the game.
And he finally gets Morales to chop a ground ball. Lugo makes the play. So Schilling gets the first out in the bottom of the 4th between innings. We talked to Red Sox pitching coach John Farrell about Schilling and especially how he's limited the Angels' running game.
Well, he's always been had the ability to command both sides of the game when it comes to controlling running game and still execute pitches. But he's gotten away with a couple of mistakes up in the zone here in the first 3 innings. But still, when we've had the bases loaded, he was still able to make a pitch.
And John, it's a different Curt Schilling. He thought he might be a power pitcher early in the year after the arm problems. Now he's not exactly a finesser, but with the fastball topping out in the high 80s, he's got to be a different pitcher.
Well, he is, Steve. You know, he's had to redefine himself throughout the course of this year and really doing a good job of not only locating his fastball, but also the ability to add a changeup and a slider to his mix and not just rely on velocity in that split that we've all known him for the course of his really the course of his career.
John, thank you.
Okay, guys.
So Schilling now at 1-1 to Isturiz. 4 hits for the Angels, all singles. And Isturiz goes out on a ground ball. So what the Angels have to fight now is what we saw happen yesterday at Wrigley Field when the Diamondbacks got that leadoff home run and a couple of early runs, and it took a lot of the steam out of the Cubs in an elimination game.
Well, one of the things they did early was hit line drives against Schilling, who got the ball up in the early innings. Now he's settled in and he's throwing ground balls. When he was a power pitcher, he threw a lot of fly balls and strikeouts. But now with the splitter and the off-speed pitch, he will throw more ground balls.
And Howie Kendrick, the batter. Kendrick hit a ball sharply in the second inning into a 6-4-3 double play. And another ground ball. Boy, is that a different inning. 3 groundouts induced by Schilling, and he puts the Angels in order after getting the lead.
Think back to the best beer you've ever had. Now, get ready to top it. Fresh Budweiser served on draft. No other beer is this fresh. And the taste, just as the brewmaster intended. Will it be your best beer ever? I say we find out. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste. It's a lonely feeling. While the rest of the world is sleeping soundly, you've woken up in the middle of the night asking yourself,
why am I up again?
That's why only Ambien CR has 2 layers of sleep relief. The first dissolves quickly to help you fall asleep fast. Plus, unlike other sleep aids, there's a second layer. It dissolves slowly to help you stay asleep. Until you know how Ambien CR will affect you, you shouldn't drive or operate machinery. Be sure you're able to devote 7 to 8 hours to sleep before being active again. Sleepwalking and eating or driving while not fully awake with amnesia for the event have been reported. In rare cases, sleep aids may cause severe allergic reactions such as swelling of your tongue or throat or shortness of breath. If you experience any of these behaviors or reactions, contact your doctor immediately. Side effects may include next-day drowsiness, dizziness, and headache. It's non-narcotic and can be taken for as long as your prescriber recommends. However, like most sleep aids, it has some risk of dependency. Don't take it with alcohol. Ask your prescriber about Ambien CR. Remember, CR for a good night's sleep from start to finish.
You've always loved the details, but you've never seen them like this. The full HD 1080p Aquos liquid crystal television from Sharp.
A hybrid is a combination of what and what?
Gas and electric.
Right, and are hybrids big?
No.
Ah, they're teensy-weensy, aren't they?
Yes.
Wrong. This is America's first full-size hybrid SUV. Chevy Tahoe. Up to 40% better city fuel economy than the non-hybrid Tahoe. And is it gigantic?
Yes.
Brilliant?
Yes.
Can it do jobs teensy-weensy hybrids can't do?
Yes.
That's why they made it.
Chevy, from gas-friendly to gas-free. That's an American revolution.
The MLB Division Series on TBS is brought to you by Chevy, an American revolution.
Well, the Rally Monkeys quiet right now. The stadium very quiet after the home runs by David Ortiz and Manny Ramirez. Coco Crisp out on 1 pitch. This atmosphere here, Steve, and it really did start in the 2002 postseason, and then once Artie Moreno bought the club and has infused this with such passion, it's become a magnificent place with great support. Passionate Angel supporters wearing red.
And they're drawing over $3.2 million a year. Artie Moreno very much a fan's owner. when he got the team, the first thing he did was go from seat and section to section, asking the fans how he can make it better for them. One of the things they said was lower beer prices. So that's what he did, and the fans now have enjoyed this team. And although
you could run for higher office on that platform, by the way.
Well, you're right about that. One of the things that they did with the World Championship was now they have sustained excellence. Like a lot of other teams, they used to be a one-and-done group. Now they're in contention each and every year under Mike Scioscia, who's done a great job here. But he's got his hands full because he does not have the team that won him the West.
And back through the middle goes Lugo with a one-out hit. That's the fourth for Boston. And we'll answer our Sonic trivia question, which is the two players in Major League Baseball history to have 10 straight seasons of a 300 batting average and 25 home runs. And yes, one of them is here today. Vladimir Guerrero. And anytime you can say, and Lou Gehrig, you know you're in good company. Fans, go to TBS Hot Corner on MLB.com to play more Sonic trivia powered by Nano Gaming.
Well, now I think you're going to see the running game of the Red Sox. And Jared Weaver thinks the same thing. This is a good hit and run situation. It's a good situation for a straight steal. Now, when Napoli looks over in the dugout, he's getting his signs for the slide step, the pitch outs, and the throws to first right from Mike Scioscia, a former very good Major League catcher. They don't do it the same way on the Boston side of the equation.
And there's Lugo getting out to that 9-foot edge. He had 33 steals this year.
You don't like to run on the first pitch because it is too easy to call a pitch out. Look at Mike Scioscia as he looks at Mike Napoli. Very rarely will you risk a 1-0 pitch out, so this becomes a pretty good pitch to run.
Napoli leaning away. Now, being a catcher, playing for a former catcher, that's going to be a little challenge in and of itself.
Well, certainly Mike's going to be able to give you any kind of tips. And on the off days, he's going to work a lot with your footwork.
They tell us in the spring they put the Angel catchers through a drill as Scott Shields, who had 2 innings Friday night, gets up along with Darren Oliver.
Well, in talking with Mike Scioscia before the game, he said, we can't be real patient here today. If Weaver is struggling at all, we know that this game is a universe in itself. We have to do everything we can to get to Beckett in game 4.
There goes Lugo. Napoli, and he got him. Lugo is in. So Lugo steals the base. And it's 3-0 now to Pedroia.
This is a tremendous jump. Weaver is slow to the plate, and Lugo in rather easily as the ball gets away. That call by Tim Sheeta. You'll see Cabrera really never had control of the ball.
So the first stolen base of this day goes to the Red Sox.
That time Cabrera on the daylight pickoff got well between Lugo and the bag, but Weaver didn't see it right away, and so it all went for naught.
In for a strike.
We've seen Pedroia, when he's ahead in the count, be very aggressive. And you don't think that he's the kind of guy that's going to pull the ball a lot, but he will in situations like this. If he gets a strike middle in, there's a big hole on the left side of that infield. Well, that's not going to make Brian Runge very happy as we take a look at a pitch that caught the bottom of the strike zone. Pedroia didn't think so. Turned out to be a pretty good pitch.
So he comes back and he probably muttered, my bad, and made sure Runge heard that and be ready to swing. Nope, Weaver misses badly. So Pedroia walks. And now they're 2 on for Youkilis, and Mike Butcher, the pitching coach, now know things get a little perilous because Ortiz is moving in the on-deck circle. And in fact, going to get a meeting at the mound here. Mike Butcher, the pitching coach, and as Steve alluded to earlier, there was a little, actually not more than a little, a scare for the Angels with Butcher getting ill as the team charter was ready to leave Boston in the early hours of Saturday morning. They had to go back and take Butcher off the plane. He got some medical attention in Boston and flew back here to Southern California later in the day. We'll show the world what a real fan looks like, reenact an immortal postseason moment, and you could win a trip to the World Series. Just go to Actober.com for your chance to win.
And I believe that they changed the signs. We're getting into the middle of the game because Cabrera stayed on the mound just a touch longer. And bear in mind, he's got a shortstop out at second base in Lugo, so he's used to looking in at the catcher and figuring out what he's calling, and I think they went to a new set against Youkilis.
Figgins, they're shading toward left center. Kendrick sneaking in. And the outside corner strike.
Remember, the best arm in the outfield is Guerrero in right. However, he's not particularly accurate, and he has had shoulder problems. So if Youkilis goes that way, they're certainly going to test Guerrero.
Two good pitches, staying away, and Youkilis in an 0-2 count. You say hole for most hitters, but Youkilis showed us a couple times in Boston he can hit from 0-2.
Well, he's one of the guys that will shorten his stroke and try to make some contact. That was an example of Weaver coming inside well off the plate, knowing that if Youkilis makes any contact at all, he's going to yank it well foul. And we'll watch it again. It's an 0-2 pitch. It's about 3-4 inches in off the plate, and Youkilis does indeed hit it hard, but not even close to fair.
Check swing to the middle, and that's a nice play by Kendrick for double play. Now Kendrick got that ball as he was straddling second base, able to turn two and keep Big Poppy from hitting.
Okay, who knows another word for water?
H2O.
Smart, but do you know what a fuel cell vehicle like the Chevy Equinox runs on?
Hydrogen.
Very smart. Now guess how much gas it uses.
Nothing.
Ah, brilliant. Now, exhaust comes out of gas engine. What comes out of a fuel cell engine? H2O.
Cool.
Chevy, from gas-friendly to gas-free. That's an American revolution.
I was getting up every night to go to the bathroom. Up, back to sleep, up again.
4 or 5 times a night.
All day, too. And sometimes I
kept things urinary.
I remember watching that on TV with my dad. I was just a little guy, so it was just another home run to me. But my dad leaned over and said to me, "Charlie, remember this day. And remember, you can do anything." Whenever I see footage of that home run, I think about Hank. And I think about my dad.
This personal home run moment brought to you by State Farm.
There's a new home run champion.
I am so pleased to be informing you that you have won the lottery in the Republic of Afghanistan.
What?
If you want a great abundance and magnitude of money, all I need to transact this transaction is a small processing fee to be required. Simply cash this check, a portion of your winnings, and pay the fee. Then I will effect payment swiftly.
Whatever.
Scams like these don't work as well in person. That's why most of them are done online. Learn how to protect yourself at fakechecks.org.
Yo! Lil P, Funky Fresh, T-Square. What are you guys doing here?
We're a little confused. Yeah. You said you wanted to go solo. That's why you broke up the band, remember?
Yeah. Guys, it's just me. Oh, and my network. Yeah, they're great for email, GPS directions. I can even watch my own videos on YouTube.
Yeah? Can they do this?
America's most reliable wireless network for calls is the network you should rely on for everything. Verizon Wireless. It's the network.
85-degree afternoon, warm winds blowing in Southern California. But nothing can shut down the biggest bats. David Ortiz and Manny Ramirez back-to-back home runs in the 4th inning. And the Red Sox leading 2-0 as they try to clinch this division series. The Angels with Juan Rivera, their 8th place hitter, to lead off against Schilling in the bottom of the 5th. Rivera had a base hit to center his first time. The Angels have had 3 doubles in this series. They hit them all off Matsuzaka Friday night. Those are the only extra base hits. And the Angels have now batted 22 times, 22 innings in this series, and they've scored in 1 of them.
Well, Schilling leads off Rivera with 2 straight fastballs. They were both on the outside corner. Both 89 miles an hour and just in a perfect spot.
Three of them.
Well, you get the feeling if Ryan Runge called the first, well, and then the second, if Schilling puts it in the same spot, he certainly is going to call the third. And that's the example of a hitter just not adjusting. You can see Veritek, who just accepts the ball very well with soft hands, kind of easing the ball into the strike zone. And that's what we were talking about a catcher who can actually affect the call by the way he receives the ball. Veritek does it perfectly.
And now it's the Angels catcher, Mike Napoli. Called out on strikes his first time. And Napoli with a base hit. The Angels have had men on in 4 of their 5 innings now against Schilling. They had some loud outs in the first couple of innings, but they just haven't had the big hit.
Well, Schilling tries to throw a little soft breaking ball to Napoli, but he keeps it up in the zone as he was doing early in the game, and it turns into yet another single. So with the Angels looking for a long ball, they've got a guy in Figgins who's hit close to 300 against Schilling in his lifetime, but only 3 home runs all year.
Well, we showed you at the outset, the Angels, the winningest home team in baseball this year with 54. They hit 305 as a team. They scored a ton of runs in this field this year, and Sean Figgins was their leading hitter in Anaheim, a .404 batting average this season at home.
And Figgins not very happy with Runge. He's established the fact that he's going to call everything about an inch off the corner. We'll watch it again. And that ball, inch and a half off the corner. It's been a consistent, but it's been a wide plate today. And all hitters should ask is consistency from the umpire.
And Figgins there wisely protects and fouls it away. What we've seen, Steve, we saw the two teams that got eliminated is you see Figgins split, that the Cubs didn't hit, the Phillies, who had a great hitting season, didn't hit, and now the Angels are getting perilously close to that same fate because they haven't yet hit in this series.
And with winning teams, one consistent is that the bullpens have been shut down bullpens.
Well, that's where the Angels are getting perilously close to getting into that Red Sox bullpen, which was the best in the league.
You certainly don't want to get to Jonathan Papelbon late and have to try to win the ball game coming from behind. Now Figgins has done a nice job on the last two pitches at 0-2, spoiling pitches that might have been just off the corner. But we're in the fifth inning and the hitters have to adjust to the strike zone that Runge is calling. He's not going to adjust to the hitter.
Figgins fouls another one away. You saw Papelbon sitting there in the Red Sox bullpen. That was the unsung heroes of Friday night's game. Hitless relief by 4 Boston relievers for 4 1/3 innings. The last inning and a third from Papelbon.
Everybody talks about Matsuzaka as a huge addition to the team. They forget about Okajima, the left-hander who they shut down during the year to get his shoulders strong again. And he's done a great job and he's come back 100% in the postseason.
The constant here, now a couple of Angel hitters have been able, Morales had one early in the game, Figgins here, to foul some pitches away, but the constant is the 0 in the count. Schilling's only thrown 15 balls here. Stephen, 4 of those were on purpose to Guerrero.
That's what he's always been able to do. The most amazing part of the early part of his career, he did it with a 98, 99 mile an hour fastball. And eventually you get to the point out on the mound where you say, I'll tell you what, tell me what you want and just put it in play because I'm tired of looking at you. Probably Schilling at this point is tired of looking at Figgins fouling him off.
Now, is part of this also the approach that Schilling can take because Figgins is not a power threat?
Well, the fact is he just doesn't have the big strikeout pitch anymore.
Foul to the left, and that's going to tail and make the seats.
But Ted, this is a game of attrition. As you get older, nature takes away from you a little bit more every year. And if you're a smart pitcher, and Curt Schilling is that with 216 major league wins, you're going to have to artificially create a way to do what nature has taken away. And Schilling has done that by cutting the fastball a little bit more, going to the occasional curveball, spotting his fastball and keeping it down and throwing more ground balls at this point of his career than he has at any other point of his career.
The count's 0-2. This will be the 9th pitch to Figgins. And the first ball. Three of the first 4 batters for the Angels today, outfield outs. And those are the only ones. There hasn't been an outfield put out since.
Well, John Farrell looking over, knowing that as the pitch count starts to climb, so does the eventuality of Schilling having to leave this game for the bullpen.
And Figgins puts the 10th pitch in play to left field. So there's an outfield out, a fly ball out, but it's the 2nd of the inning and Napoli back to first.
This has been the biggest challenge for Curt Schilling, and that's Orlando Cabrera. He came in hitting .341. He's hit 2 balls right on the button. He's 2 for 2 today.
And the last time Cabrera hit was in the same spot in the third inning. 2 outs, runner at first, and he got a hit. And that hit enabled Guerrero to come up. But Schilling pitched around Guerrero. And with Reggie Willits now batting in the spot behind Guerrero, Schilling got Willits and got out of it.
Well, this is going to be the biggest at bat of the day to this point for Curt Schilling, and conversely for the Angels, because if Cabrera does keep it alive, you have the lone banger in your lineup in the on-deck circle.
The last time the Red Sox played in the American League Championship Series 3 years ago, Orlando Cabrera was their shortstop. Came to the Angels as a free agent that offseason. Out to right field. J.D. Drew there. So Schilling, 5 scoreless innings as the Red Sox take the lead to the 6th.
Two kinds of home runs. Regular home run where the ball goes over the wall fence thingy. And then there's the home run where that doesn't happen. If I were in charge, I would call it inside the park home run.
Frank TV premieres November 20th, only on TBS.
Rumor is that Kenny Lofton's on the move again.
Where to now? He's going back to the Dodgers?
And in baseball news, looks like Kenny Lofton may be traded to the Boston Red Sox.
Inside sources tell me he's heading to New York.
Kenny Lofton stuff? Take it to Chicago.
No matter what Major League Baseball needs or where, DHL delivers.
I hear Lofton's going to Atlanta.
Make that New York.
It's not Chicago, it's
Lofton
Boston.
may be headed to California.
Make that Northern California.
Make that Japan.
DHL Ground International overnight. Customer service is back in shipping.
Right now, you can log on to eHarmony.com and review your matches all for free. Aren't you curious to see who you're compatible with? eHarmony.com. Log on today.
Pizza.
For here to go?
Delivery.
Louis!
They got a little captain in them because they always designate a driver.
Drink responsibly.
The footprint left by our driving has been well documented. Frontier Ford would like to join with you in reducing the buildup of greenhouse gases. We will offset these emissions by planting 20 trees for each new car, truck, or SUV you purchase at Frontier Ford. Together, we'll have a positive effect on our environment. Come to Frontier Ford and buy your new car, truck, or SUV knowing 20 trees will be planted in your name. Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek Boulevard at San Tomas Expressway, San Jose.
You can lock your doors and windows, but thieves can still get in. Through this, most home computers are used for shopping, banking, and stock trading. Yet over 80% of them are not properly protected. Learn how to protect yourself and take a bite out of cybercrime.
The new comprehensive security suite from McAfee protects you and your family from internet viruses and identity theft. Go to Comcast.net and download it now. Free for all Comcast high-speed internet subscribers. It's Comcastic.
Whack jobs, my patience. Life is like baseball. Guess what? I'm on the mound, and you just got beamed in the noggin.
Frank TV premieres November 20th, only on TBS.
Coming at you.
In Anaheim, 6th inning of Game 3, the Red Sox looking for a series sweep. The Angels trying to survive, and the Red Sox leading 2-0. On the strength of back-to-back home runs in the 4th from David Ortiz and Manny Ramirez. And Ortiz, just as he is here in the 6th, led off the 4th, golfing a fly ball to straightaway right for his home run.
And Ted, we asked at the beginning of the series which team would be able to impose their will on the other. And so far, the Red Sox have shut down the running game of the Angels, but the Angels have been unable to shut down the power game of the Red Sox. And that's why they find themselves in this kind of hole with just a half a game left.
2 home runs each for Ortiz and Ramirez. We said Ortiz now with Shields again in the Angel bullpen. Ortiz has 10 career postseason home runs. He's hit 9 of them in his last 23 postseason games.
The fourth inning, Ortiz got a changeup. He waited back and took it out of the ballpark. Jared Weaver not very happy with himself, and he was less happy with the next hitter, Ramirez.
What's funny, Stoney, you look back at the record, and people forget David Ortiz played for parts of 6 years for Minnesota. He played 9 playoff games for Minnesota in 2002. He played against the Angels in the LCS, 9 playoff games that year for Minnesota, no homers. He's made up for it.
And then some.
And on base again. If he hasn't been hitting a homer, he's been drawing walks. It has been a big 3 games for Big Papi David Ortiz as we go down to Jose Mota.
Thanks, Ted. Big Papi has been telling me that, some designated hitters have a routine in which they go inside to ride the bike or hit off the tee. He doesn't. He likes to go inside and watch video, apply and study the strike zone. Back to you.
Well, it's worked. It has worked in a big way. And in fact, Ortiz's walk is ending the afternoon for Jared Weaver. And the Angel fans appreciative. Weaver pitched well, other than the 2 batters back to back. The home runs by Ortiz and Ramirez to lead off the 4th. So the Angels go into the bullpen with Ramirez due up. And that gives us a chance to visit Then and Now, brought to you by AIG Retirement Services. Live longer, retire stronger, never outlive your money with AIG, as we look at a great Twin and Angel. Rod Carew played 19 seasons, over 3,000 hits, an American League MVP in 1977 and inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1991. Now he assists both the Twins and the Angels in community relations and is involved in the Pediatric Cancer Foundation. Ron lost a daughter to leukemia when she was 18 because no donor could be found in time, and he has devoted himself heavily to that foundation since. A great hitter. The first man that I ever saw, Steve, who I thought could literally catch the pitch on his bat and then serve it. Now, as a pitcher against him, you probably felt that happen a few times.
The best I ever saw was the fact that he'd get 2 strikes with a tough lefty on the mound and be able to bunt for a hit, and he'd do it consistently. And that's something you don't see very many people do. So Scott Shields comes into the game. You can see 71 appearances this year. This year, not quite as successful as in the last couple of years, where he posted ERAs of 2.75 and 2.87. This year, for some inexplicable reason, he lost his control toward the middle of the season. The ERA swelled a touch to 3.86. He still has very good stuff. And what they like to do toward the end of the game is go with Spire, Shields, and Rodriguez. But when you don't have the lead, you have to bring in Shields here in the 6th inning. There's a look at Jared Weaver. After the base on balls, what he failed to do today was to consistently retire Ortiz and Ramirez. They were on base 5 out of the 6 times he faced them.
So Manny Ramirez, who walked in the 2nd and then hit his 22nd career postseason home run. In the 4th inning, he is tied now the retired Bernie Williams on the all-time postseason home run list. There really are 2 different lists now. There's the World Series home run list, which Mickey Mantle owns and probably will forever. 18 World Series home runs, and now with the expanded postseason of this era, there's a different list in postseason home runs.
Well, you have more opportunity these days because of more tiers of the playoffs. Shields has always been a strikeout pitcher, averaging over 9 strikeouts per 9 innings. What he'd like here is a ground ball.
And he gets the strike to Manny, 1-1. Shields pitched 2 innings at Fenway Friday night, and he gave up no runs, no hits, although it was a perilous journey because he walked 3 men in the 2 innings. The other factor that will come into play for both teams here is this schedule. Bullpens are rested. So Shields pitched 2 innings Friday, can come right back in the next game because of the off day.
Well, this is a critical inning for the Angels because coming behind for 2 runs is one thing. They don't have much thunder in that lineup. You allow Boston any more here, and it might put you in a hole you won't be able to escape.
Well, Ramirez has hit 2. He's got his money's worth on these 2, hasn't he, Steve?
That's a hanging breaking ball, and he knew it was going at left for bat. And the game-ending home run in Game 2 and this one, looks to me about at least 900 feet of home run.
Manny Ramirez with 490 career home runs. Over 2,200 hits, and what make it lost because he is perceived as this great slugger, his career batting average is .313.
He's also a prolific worker as far as hitting is concerned. Manny will sit and wait till he gets that stroke, and if he doesn't like it, he'll take some more batting practice. And the one thing that he does do, and we know that he has defensive deficiencies, a number of other things, but he is a real student of hitting.
Now they were thrilled, Red Sox fans were thrilled with the game winner Friday night because Manny hasn't talked an awful lot in recent years, and he talked to our Jose Mota after the game Friday night. They put it on the scoreboard at Fenway, and then he did do a little press after the game. So the Red Sox fans who've watched this guy thrill them now for 7 years had a chance to finally hear a little bit from him. This one playable for Figgins. So a good battle. 7 pitches, but Shields gets it.
There's a couple of real good general managers running these 2 teams. Bill Stoneman for the Angels, Theo Epstein for the Red Sox. Different generations, certainly. A lot of people will tell you that Theo maybe depends on computers more. I don't think that that's necessarily the case. But both of them have the same exact philosophy. When you come into their organizations at the earliest levels, you're taught how to play the game the way they want it played. And it's the same throughout the system. And there's a look at the GM of the Angels. I played against Bill Stoneman. He was a terrific pitcher, and he's become an excellent general manager. But the same system implemented in the major leagues is what they do in short season A-ball.
Yeah, they say there's an angel way. And of course, the Stoneman who came in from Montreal, where they had a fabulous track record of developing young talent, and Mike Scioscia, who came out of the Dodger system, the Dodger way. And they've installed the Angel way. Lowell hits a double play ball here, and the Angels turn that, so Scott Shields does his job. Come out of the Angel pen and keep it 2-0.
Another good thing about Geico is they've got like real live people working there 24/7. So like say you need to report a claim, right? A real person will be there to help you. Then you can use Geico.com to view photos of the damage, track your claim, print an estimate. You want an English muffin? They literally hand you a toasted muffin with butter and jam. Oh, it's tasty. That's a complete dramatisation, of course, but you get my point.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
In college, I wanted to be an architect. But after my father had a heart attack, I devoted my life to studying the heart.
Inventor of the Jarvik artificial heart, Dr. Robert Jarvik.
Now I trust my heart to Lipitor. Adding Lipitor lowers bad cholesterol 39 to 60% when diet and exercise aren't enough. And Lipitor does more. Unlike Crestor, Vytorin, and Zetia, Lipitor is FDA approved to reduce the risk of heart attack and stroke if you have several common risk factors for heart disease.
Ready, Dad?
Yep. And Lipitor is one of the most researched medicines. I'm glad I take Lipitor as a doctor and a dad. Lipitor is not for everyone, including people with liver problems and women who are nursing, pregnant, or may become pregnant. You need simple blood tests to check for liver problems. Tell your doctor if you're taking other medications or if you have any muscle pain or weakness. This may be a sign of a rare but serious side effect. Lipitor is one of many treatment options to consider with your doctor. Don't wait. Ask your doctor.
Small business savings on airfare. Automatic. Small business savings on car rental. Automatic. Small business savings on hotel. Automatic. Making it look easy. Priceless. The MasterCard Easy Savings Program. Register your MasterCard business card and start saving.
A hybrid is a combination of what and what?
Gas and electric.
Right, and are hybrids big?
No.
Ah, they're teensy-weensy, aren't they?
Yes.
Wrong. This is America's first full-size hybrid SUV. Chevy Tahoe. Up to 40% better city fuel economy than the non-hybrid Tahoe. And is it gigantic?
Yes.
Brilliant?
Yes.
Can it do jobs teensy-weensy hybrids can't do?
Yes.
That's why they made it.
Chevy, from gas-friendly to gas-free. That's an American revolution.
The MLB Division Series on TBS is brought to you by Chevy, an American revolution, and by Bridgestone, passion for excellence.
A beautiful Sunday afternoon in Southern California, but for the Angels and their fans, they don't want it to be the final day of their season. And now they start to get into that moment when you count outs. Vladimir Guerrero leading off the inning, having lined out softly to third and walked.
The Angels are going to make it happen. They're going to have to make it happen here against perhaps a tiring Schilling with the middle of the order in the sixth.
Schilling's, rather Guerrero's walk in the third inning was an intentional walk from the standpoint Schilling had two on, there were two outs, and with Reggie Willits batting behind Guerrero, Schilling just threw four that weren't very close to being strikes. Guerrero took them all. The only Schilling is allowed. And it's really you use the word attrition, Stephen. That's really what I think about from the Angels standpoint, the attrition of injury and how even now the loss of Garrett Anderson during this game has cost them badly.
It's great to watch a pitcher become a guy that has to really become a craftsman. And that's what Curt Schilling really is, because he's a different pitcher now than he's ever been before. And he'll throw the ball around the plate, but you're not going to get too many good strikes from him.
And he gets another ground ball out here as Guerrero goes down. Curt Schilling, this is the third time in his career that he has pitched in a game that has a chance to clinch. And he's pitching as he did in the first two, were successful in Arizona. 74 pitches is all, as our pitcher comparison is brought to you by Avis Rent-A-Car. We try harder. And the two solo home runs allowed by Jared Weaver to Ortiz and Ramirez in the fourth inning. Those are the runs in this game.
The contrast of styles certainly at this point goes to Schilling, who strategically pitched around hitters when he's had to, got the ground ball when he's had to, and completely handcuffed the Angels after leaving a few pitches up in the zone the first couple of innings. He has made a great adjustment within this game.
This Schilling in 2001, he had two starts for Arizona in clinch games, and he gave up 2 runs in 16 innings in those starts.
He was a co-MVP in that with Randy Johnson.
And he gets Willits looking. And of course, that's only one part of Schilling's postseason resume. It goes all the way back to the 1993 series with the Phillies.
Well, he was a different pitcher because he was a power pitcher then. They didn't win in '93. They did in 2001 and in '04. Willis just took a called third once again on the outside corner, and the Angels still have not adjusted to the strike zone.
Henry Morales takes a strike. This is the first postseason game that Curt Schilling has started since the 2004 World Series and the famous Bloody Sock game, when he pitched 6 innings against the Cardinals, allowing just 1 run and 4 hits. In 2005, the Red Sox made the playoffs, but Schilling had to pitch the final day to get them the wild card, and he did not pitch. The Red Sox were swept in 3 games by the White Sox in the division series, and now Schilling puts the Angels down in order.
Pizza. For here to go? Delivery. Delivery. Yeah, delivery. Lois!
Pizza's here. Hey.
They had a little captain in them because they always designated driver.
Drink responsibly.
Are you jealous that she's still sleeping? Don't be. You could be too with Ambien CR. Just call or visit 7freecr.com for a free offer of the only sleep aid with 2 layers that help you fall asleep and stay asleep. Until you know how Ambien CR will affect you, you shouldn't drive or operate machinery. Be sure you're able to devote 7 to 8 hours to sleep before being active again. Sleepwalking and eating or driving while not fully awake with amnesia for the event have been reported. In rare cases, sleep aids may cause severe allergic reactions such as swelling of your tongue or throat or shortness of breath. If you experience any of these behaviors or reactions, contact your doctor immediately. Side effects may include next-day drowsiness, dizziness, and headache. It's non-narcotic and can be taken for as long as your prescriber recommends. However, like most sleep aids, it has some risk of dependency. Don't take it with alcohol. Don't wait another night. Get your free trial of Ambien CR for a good night's sleep from start to finish.
Bluetooth hands-free link, MP3 connectivity, ELS surround sound. All the luxuries of the modern world to go. The Acura TL. Acura. Advance.
Take advantage of attractive lease rates on the 2008 Acura TL for well-qualified customers.
Red Sox Nation, please rise for your team.
Red Sox win!
The rally monkey didn't go away.
Just another Halo victory!
When you watch the Red Sox, you just can't look away. The Red Sox are drama. The Angels, Vladdy wants his first ring. One series with so many stories. A roster filled with seasoned stars. You know it'll be good. There's only one postseason. There's only one Fall Classic. There's only one October.
Curt Schilling has pitched 6 zeros on what could be a clinch day for the Red Sox. His preparation, of course, he is renowned for the study of video and the immense preparation he puts into each start. As in the 7th inning, Scott Shields starts J.D. Drew with a strike. Drew 0 for 2 today. And here's Schilling coming into the dugout just at the end of that half inning.
He writes down how he approached every hitter, what they did against him, what pitches he used in what locations, and he'll keep that with him throughout the game. And he's going to make an adjustment to the hitter as the hitter makes an adjustment to him. And that's the beauty of this game, because in a team sport, it still comes down to that individual confrontation between pitcher and hitter. And adjusting during the course of the game is an art that Schilling has mastered.
And Drew takes strike 3. So Shields trying to keep the Angels within 2. Well, I know now that you know the guy who does that killer John Madden impersonation. It's Frank Caliendo, and he's got a new show that's going to literally change the face of late night. The all-new comedy Frank TV comes November 20th to TBS. Jason Varitek has struck out and flied out. That whole Schilling scenario leads into something we started about an inning or so ago that Mike Sosha does with his catchers in spring training. He runs a drill at the end of a half an inning in spring training. He'll have his catcher come back, and in the dugout, Mike Sosha will say, okay, run through the entire pitch sequence of that inning. Each pitch you called to each hitter in that inning.
And each reason why you called it. And what I like about that is he gets the catcher thinking about what I think is their number one responsibility, and that is handling the pitcher, knowing the hitters, and defense first. Catch it, call it, throw it, and be a leader, and that's what a catcher is, and that defines Jason Varitek, and that's the reason why he wears the C. In fact, Terry Francona says the C should be a little bit bigger because out of all the guys on this team, this would be the toughest loss for the Red Sox.
Now, last year proved that. As Varitek looks at strike 3 when he got hurt in August last year, and the Red Sox season crumbled at the same time.
Well, that's so much of what he means to this pitching staff. Good fastball on the inside corner.
All right, now what do you call that pitch?
I call it a strike. So does Brian Runge.
Okay. All right. So now in baseball parlance, what do you call that? It's the ball that backs across the inside corner to a left.
It's a fastball. It just tails back over the corner, but it's a two-seam fastball. I mean, Greg Maddux has been the master of that for a long time, and now more pitchers are using it. And what they'll do is aim it right at the hip of the left-hand hitter and bring it back over the inside corner.
Maddux the first guy you saw throw that pitch?
He was the first guy that I saw that will go to the Hall of Fame throwing that pitch.
Mike Shields with a good inning. Drew Varitek and Crispy strikes out the side. And they'll get the rally monkey going in Anaheim.
That's the thing about risk. He never sleeps. For auto, home, or business, make sure your insurance keeps up. Travelers.
And the amazing thing is you can stay any hotel anywhere using your points. Last year we went to Trinidad and Tobago.
All on points.
My uncle was eaten by an alligator on a trip to Africa, but we used our points. So in the end, it wasn't a half bad trip. This year we're thinking about going
I remember one time I fell asleep in a tanning bed. Ugh, how embarrassing, huh?
I didn't do a tanning bed. Why are you asking that?
Why do you have goggle lines?
What did you just say to me?
Good morning, Samantha.
Need a head start?
Are our cars as much fun as our bikes? The new 2008 Suzuki SX4 crossover. And now, introducing the all-new Suzuki SX4 Sport.
I don't think he's gonna make it.
It's gonna be a great ride.
Tonight at 9.
I have summoned each of you to this sacred place to begin a quest.
Food Network takes 8 of America's most talented chefs.
Let's cook.
To prove that they have what it takes.
I think that I'm one of the fastest knives in the kitchen.
To become the next Iron Chef.
I lost my cool for 30 seconds.
I'm very confused and irritated.
It's a global competition to own America's most coveted title.
It ain't over till it's over.
The next Iron Chef. Watch the premiere tonight at 9/8 Central, only on Food Network.
Every day when you look in the mirror.
For it's 1, 2,
3, 4, 5 strikes at the old ball game.
Frank Caliendo is changing the face of late night.
Sorry about that, I forgot the line about the mustard and ketchup.
The all-new TBS late night comedy, Frank TV, premieres November 20th.
You're welcome.
For more Frank TV, go to TBS.com.
Now the story of this division series so far, big swings. David Ortiz with a decisive home run in Game 1. The winner in Game 2 in the 9th inning from Manny Ramirez. And in game 3, the difference, back-to-back for the first time all year, Ortiz and Ramirez. 4 big swings coupled with outstanding pitching, and the Boston Red Sox are 9 outs away from advancing to the ALCS.
And as Curt Schilling rolls along here into the 7th inning with a shutout, Terry Francona and John Farrell know that he might be reaching close to the end, so they have the bullpen up and going, and that's what's happened so far.
And our Claritin game summary and the zeros across the line for the Angels. That's now 24 innings in which they have batted in this series, and they've scored in one of them, a 3-run inning in the second of game 2.
Well, there's a lot of people thought that perhaps the 11 days between starts for Curt Schilling would be too much. And maybe for a younger guy, for a power pitcher, it might have been too much. With the adrenaline early, but you're talking about a guy that's 8-2 lifetime in the postseason, a man in his 18th year, and a guy who's completely changed his style. It hasn't affected his control, it hasn't affected his concentration, and very little the Angels have done today have affected Curt Schilling at all. So the 11 days gave him a chance to heal up, and now Terry Francona will keep a close eye on Schilling to see if there's any cracks in the armor here in the 7th.
Well, what Schilling is on the verge of doing, if he wins today, he would be the oldest pitcher to start and win a playoff series clincher, with Okajima and Del Carmen in the Red Sox bullpen, and Izturis leading off for the Angels.
Well, every now and then you show a bunt, and that's what the advanced scouting charts say about Izturis, and that's one of the reasons why Lowell is in on the grass at third base. Youkilis is back, however, at first, showing that if Izturis does bunt, he usually pushes it as opposed to dragging it.
Izturis has singled and grounded to second. This start for Schilling has been, the counts have been like the Beckett start in game 1. It's been 0-2 on a lot of Angel hitters.
Well, that's been the secret. Get ahead and make it a defensive at bat. Now the Angels know by this point that the strike zone by Brian Runge has been consistent, but it's also been a large zone. But by and large, he's done a nice job behind the plate, and the Angels know they have to protect a bit, especially in the outside corner.
We're in the bottom of the 7th. Schilling is just over 80 pitches, and again an idea of the economy that he's worked with today. The last time Schilling threw 100 pitches in a game was back in June in Oakland, when he came 1 out from a no-hitter. Shannon Stewart prevented the no-hitter with a 2-out single. Izturis to left center, Crisp on the run. Coco Crisp has the ball pop out of his glove. Izturis into second. Nearly another gem by the Red Sox center fielder.
This is a gigantic center field, and Coco Crisp is really unhappy with himself because he thought he had this ball. He had it in the glove, and then unlike football, the ground can cause a fumble, and that's exactly what happened. It hit the ground, it jarred loose, and Izturis winds up at second base.
That was part of Beckett's success in game 1, with the terrific defensive plays on the few balls the Angels hit well that night. Now the Angels get a break as Crisp can't make what would have been a terrific play, and instead it's a leadoff double.
And the oddity of that play was Crisp got a tremendous jump because he read where Veritek was setting up, which was outside, anticipated that Izturis would hit it that way, and actually that great jump allowed him to get to the ball in the first place.
Howie Kendrick is hit into a double play and grounded out to right field toward the line. Long run Drew, and it's foul.
This one's slicing off the end of the bat. No chance for Lowell at all, and Drew hustling over there, but unfortunately for the Angels and fortunately for the Red Sox, that ball was well fouled. And it's conceivable that with one more base runner, that would be it for Curt Schilling.
Now Kendrick hit the ball on the nose in the second inning. Hit a sharp one-hopper right at Lugo, who turned a double play and grounded out in the fourth. Now, the Angels need a big hit. They haven't had big hits in this series. And this is a guy they think Mike Scioscia believes will for many years in the American League be a premier hitter.
Well, this is also when, if you're an outfielder, you tell yourself, even if you truly believe that you've got a good shot at his Turris at the plate, you have to get the ball into second base, keep the double play in order, and don't let the trailing runner get into scoring position. You have a 2-run lead, and I don't anticipate them even thinking about his Turris on a base hit.
Kendrick fouls it away. Kendrick is a swinger. 338 official at-bats this year, and he drew 9 walks. He hit .322. Rally monkey trying, the rally rackets trying as Kendrick just stays alive. The Los Angeles Angels trying to stay alive here in Anaheim with Game 3 in the American League Division Series with Steve Stone and Jose Mota, Ted Robinson. The Red Sox back-to-back homers from Ortiz and Ramirez in the 4th inning. Schilling has backed it up so far with nothing but zeros. The Angels have been smothered on offense for all but 1 inning of this series. Pedroia ranges, and Pedroia gets the out. Historis to third, but Pedroia makes sure that he gets the out on the play.
High chopper to the right side, and Pedroia, former shortstop with a lot of range and a very strong arm. At this point, they'll gladly trade the out for the base. Now they're heading to the bottom of the order, where Rivera has one of the hits against Schilling.
2 different at-bats for Juan Rivera. He singled on the first pitch in the 3rd inning, but then in the 5th inning, he looked at 3 straight fastballs on the outside corner.
Well, you'd have to think that he's going to stay away again. You don't want to miss inner portion when a home run can tie the game. I would say if you're Rivera, you're looking away the entire at-bat.
Well, in an Angel lineup that's missing Gary Matthews, that's now missing Garrett Anderson, missing Casey Kochman, this is one of the few that's got the ability to hit the ball out.
Well, when he first came up with the New York Yankees, they thought he was going to be a prolific power hitter, but he's made the rounds since then, and it hasn't quite worked out as they felt.
And he pops this one up on the right side. Oh, that's huge. Not only does Schilling get it out on Rivera, but the Angels don't get the run. He does not bring the runner in from third.
This is just an outstanding pitch by Schilling. It's a split finger, off speed. We'll look at the reaction of Juan Rivera, knowing that he can't drive the man home from third with less than 2 outs. Shatters the bat. Just an excellent effort by Schilling, who fell behind ball 1 and used the off-speed splitter to get the pop-up.
So with 2 down, it will be up to Mike Napoli. Called out on strikes and single. Steve, despite the excellence and the depth of the Red Sox bullpen, Terry Francona, who managed Schilling in Philadelphia, has had him a lot, is trusting him to finish this inning.
Well, that's one of the reasons why, because he's able to change speeds, make it look exactly like a fastball, and all of a sudden the bottom falls out of it. It's the splitter. This used to be his wipeout pitch consistently. That's when he threw the 98-mile-an-hour fastball and a splitter right over the top.
Changed his career, prolonged his career. You look at great pitchers, the great Trevor Hoffman hurt his arm and discovered a changeup 500+ saves later. 2-2 now to Napoli.
It looks to me like Napoli is not adjusting to the splitter at all. When you have a guy that throws a cut fastball, two different kinds of fastballs, and a splitter, you're not going to stand out there and guess against him, because 25% is not a real good average. So as we look down at Jason Varitek, we watch him hang the signs, and that to me looks like another splitter. It was a splitter and an excellent block by Varitek. He's got his tourist 90 feet away, and Varitek saves a run.
'99th pitch coming from Schilling. So we now know that on 11 days rest, he can throw 100 pitches.
Well, I think one way or the other, this is probably going to be his last hitter. With Sean Figgins in the on-deck circle, although he's 0 for 3 today, has come in with a pretty good lifetime batting average against Schilling.
And Schilling gets him. Kurt Schilling strands Isturis, and the Red Sox are 6 outs away.
TBS baseball. There's only one October. Hold on. Does somebody think there's 2 Octobers? That's crazy!
Frank TV premieres November 20th, only on TBS.
I love it!
Even more dreams will come true during the 2008 Disney Dreams giveaway, like an overnight stay in the Cinderella Castle, magical dream fast passes, and other surprises. Becoming the Grand Marshal in Disney parades around the globe. And for the first time, an overnight in-the-park stay in the Disneyland Dream Suite. It all starts January as part of the Year of a Million Dreams at the place where dreams come true. Visit DisneyParks.com.
Pizza. For here to go? Delivery. Lois!
They had a little captain in them because they always designate a driver.
Drink responsibly.
Sink your teeth into the official candy bar of Major League Baseball. Baby Ruth from Nestle. It's loaded with good stuff you can really savor. Baby Ruth. Savor the good stuff.
Introducing new Nicorette Cinnamon Surge, the coated stop-smoking gum that helps control your cravings and tastes like real cinnamon gum, which could be that extra push to help you quit. New Nicorette Cinnamon Surge. When you're ready to quit, fight fire with fire.
I like baseball because I've been playing the field for over 70 years. There's nothing like hitting the grand salami, if you know what I mean.
Frank TV premieres November 20th, only on TBS.
I nailed it. Time for margaritas.
This American League Division Series on TBS is presented by Budweiser, the official beer of baseball. Coverage of this American League Division Series produced by Jay Cutlow, directed by John Moore, and I'm sitting alongside an old Cy Young Award winner, and you've got to look at a guy like Schilling and watch this performance and admire it, Steve.
Well, he realized that there was no chance in the world for Napoli to hit the splitter, and got him to a count where he had one left to wipe him out. That's exactly what he did. I think that's all he's going to be called upon to do. And when you throw 7 shutout innings in a potential wipeout game, you've done quite a job.
Just about a month shy of his 41st birthday, and Schilling today has been masterful. 1 walk, 4 strikeouts, 6 hits. 8 times he went 0-2 to a hitter. And it has every look as if the Red Sox will now entrust this to their bullpen.
Well, Coco Crisp was kind of apologizing to Curt Schilling, saying, look, I had that ball. I usually make that catch. I just didn't make it in that inning and put a little more pressure on you. And Curt saying, don't worry about it, kid. I've had a lot of pressure for a lot of years now.
Meanwhile, Shields continues on the mound for the Angels. He's pitched 2 strong innings so far in relief of Jared Weaver. Struck out the side in the 7th. And he's 2-2 here on Lugo.
Well, Shields has always had great stuff. His problem early in the season was loss of command of the strike zone, but he's got it back again.
Don't forget, we've got more baseball coming on TBS with the Indians and Yankees from Yankee Stadium. And we just watched Schilling. Can Roger Clemens do the same to keep his team alive tonight in Game 3 against Cleveland? Wasn't it something last night to watch the Diamondbacks clinch and to see that Randy Johnson is in the dugout? To think that there's a guy that was counted on and is being paid a lot of money, a lot of their payroll this year, in the hopes that Randy Johnson could do what Schilling has just done for his team, and yet the Diamondbacks are in the LCS without Johnson being able to pitch.
And they also lost Chad Tracy, and they lost Orlando Hudson. And now they've lost Lugo on ball 4. Watch the reaction of Curt Schilling, knowing for him that was going to be it. He threw the perfect split finger. What a performance today. He wasn't given too much to work with, a 2-run lead, but he made it hold up through 7.
So now after the leadoff walk to Lugo, Mike Scioscia on his way out with the lineup turning over for the Red Sox. The Angels going to their bullpen.
Who wants to be stranded with a flat tire?
Changing tires out here could be dangerous, but with these tires, I don't need to worry. Well, I guess I'll be on my way.
Bridgestone. Run flat tires. Bridgestone.
Cuba, try this new Comfort Soft waistband. It's really comfortable. MJ.
Michael, thanks for the underwear. I'm wearing your underwear! That you gave me to wear.
The Comfort Soft waistband, tagless and wrapped in cotton, only from Hanes.
Oh!
The Los Angeles Angels, champions of the American League West. Playoffs for 4 times now in the last 6 years, and this year they won 54 games here. They hit .305 as a team, but Game 3 And this return to Anaheim has just been a continuation of the first two games. The Red Sox have had the long ball, and the Red Sox pitching has smothered the Angels hitting. So the two National League series ended in 3 games. The Red Sox trying to do the same here, and so will the Cleveland Indians when Game 3 of their series with the Yankees moves to Yankee Stadium. Jake Westbrook will face Roger Clemens, and that'll come up next on TBS.
And here in Anaheim, as Coco Crisp works on his glove, tightening it up, Justin Spire comes into the game with a 2-3 record this year, an ERA just under 3 at 288. He appeared in only 51 games. I say only because he usually is up in the 70s, but he had an intestinal virus that made him lose 20-some pounds. He missed part of this year. He's got a great sinker, a great splitter, and usually throws ground balls, and I'm sure after a nice job by Shields, that was on the mind of Mike Scioscia as he brings Spire in to throw a ground ball and try to get out of this inning. Now, with an insurance run right here, the Red Sox look to be in good shape, and you can do it either with the bunt or the hit and run, and Lugo already has the lone stolen base of the game. But I would assume we'll see, with this combination of Lugo and Pedroia, Terry Francona go to something offensively with movement.
Well, this is the matchup from the 9th inning on Friday night. Lugo led off the bottom of the 9th with a hit off Spire, and then with Dustin Pedroia batting, and the Angels expecting some action and a lot of folks thinking bunt. Terry Francona actually started Lugo, played hit and run. Pedroia grounded out, advancing Lugo to second. And Pedroia drives this to the left field corner. Lugo to third. And Lugo's going to be waved home. Relay by Cabrera. There. Pedroia safe on the slide. The ball pops free. Lugo scores. Pedroia at third, and the Red Sox lead 3-0. And DeMarlo Hale right there, the third base coach, did a great job of reading that ball in the corner, and he never stopped. He kept Lugo coming all the way.
Well, it is a gamble with nobody out, but you figure this is the time to do it. He runs on Cabrera, a good slide by Lugo. That throw was up the line and away from the plate. The ball gets away from Napoli, and that is a huge insurance run. A good throw gets him here. It wasn't a good relay throw.
Now Youkilis hits one out to very deep center field, and in to score will be Pedroia. So the Red Sox put 2 insurance runs up. Pedroia with a double and an RBI. He went to third on the play at the plate, and then scores on Youkilis' sacrifice fly.
After Youkilis hit a home run in the first game of this series, he also had a sacrifice fly. Now he comes up looking for something up in the zone, and that's exactly where he gets it. This is a very good situational hitting baseball team, and Youkilis knows a fly ball drives home the run.
So Big Papi now hits with 1 out and nobody on. Youkilis was one of the best in that category on the Red Sox this year. He was over 70% at getting the runner in from third with less than 2 outs. Oh, a little chest shot there. Spire comes way in to Ortiz.
Well, sore knee and all.
Yep.
The big man got out of the way.
So the Red Sox, who've leaned for much of their offense in this series on the long balls from Ortiz and Ramirez, but here they scrapped 2 runs together, the 2 insurance runs, that give them a 4-0 lead.
Well, we talked about the configuration of this lineup being that they had 1 speed guy at the top, 2 speed guys at the bottom. And when Lugo gets on, then you've got Pedroia, who handles the bat pretty well, a very aggressive hitter, taking one into the corner. And it's turned into 2 big runs, and you got to like their chances with 6 outs to go.
The Red Sox, if they clinch this series, they would open the ALCS at home. Best record in the league. They earned in a tiebreak their head-to-head season record against Cleveland, earned them that right. And the Red Sox so often in their recent years have made the playoffs as the wild card team. They haven't had very many Fenway advantages. They had it in this series, obviously, and they would have it in the LCS.
You took a look at Theo Epstein before. Still no expression on his face. He knows that there's still 6 to go.
Left field. And that's the 3rd time in 3 games of this series that Ortiz has singled to left field.
And we talk about the surprising speed of the Red Sox. Lugo's thinking about scoring right here, and he picks up his third base coach as he watches the ball. And when he gets the go-ahead, he keeps on going with the relay throw off the mark. A good slide. Runge in position to make the call. That's the 3rd run. The 4th one was later to score. And Justin Spire struggling out on the mound. You know, I talked with Eric Hinsky, who is one of the bench players for the Red Sox, and I asked him, you've been around with a few different teams, what made things different with the Red Sox? And he told me today that he said in spring training we had a couple of meetings where they spelled out that nothing less than a World Series title was acceptable. Not be competitive, not win the division, but win the World Series. There's a look at Eric Hinsky. Just welcomed the daughter into the family. But he said he's never heard that spelled out by any of the organizations he's ever been with.
Manny Ramirez with a walk, a home run, solo home run, and a flyout. That home run is 22nd in the postseason, which ties Bernie Williams on the all-time list at the top spot. So, Steve, I would say, hearing that with their payroll, what it is, would you have to say that? Would that be the expectation? I mean, I would say the same for the Yankees, obviously.
Well, I think it's part of the expectation. You have a $165 million payroll. But the fact that you have a team meeting to expressly spell that out is something that most teams won't do. They'll talk about what we need on defense, and they'll talk a lot about what they expect for the year. But with the stated goal of winning the World Series, you have 25 guys and a number of people who come up during the course of the year that know what's expected of them. And this is a team who hasn't won a division title since 1995.
And he takes the ball, and it may have also been rooted in the fact that last season, not only did the Red Sox miss the playoffs, but they had a horrible last 2 months, finished 3rd in their division.
I've never heard a general manager admit that it was my mistake. That's what Theo Epstein said. He said, I wasn't prepared for the amount of injuries we had. We didn't have enough depth. And he said, it won't happen again. I didn't foresee it. When it happened, we couldn't adjust to it. And he said, that one is on me. That is a rarity these days with general managers.
2-2 now to Ramirez. Now the Red Sox, who finished 3rd in the division last year, rebounded to win 96 this year to win that division title, to take that American League division, East Division, away from the Yankees, the first time since '95 for the Red Sox. And it's interesting because the 4 teams in the American League postseason were only separated by 2 wins. 96 for the Red Sox and the Indians, 94 for the Angels and the Yankees.
But home field advantage through the playoffs hanging on the difference, and the Red Sox had the tiebreaker with the Indians, and so consequently they had the best record. You have to choose the format.
And with Ortiz running, Ramirez walks.
Ortiz and Ramirez have been on 6 times today. And usually when those guys get on, you're not going to beat this Boston team.
You know, Stoney, there's something to baseball. We're going to get a runner now for Ramirez. Jacoby Ellsbury, the rookie outfielder, will run. Ramirez being greeted after hitting 2 home runs in the 3 games of this series. And Ellsbury, the very impressive rookie who had a terrific defensive play in the 9th inning of game 1, is at first base to run. Lowell takes a strike. Baseball's got some strange vibes to it. This seems to happen so often. In the bottom of the 3rd inning, the Angels had the bases loaded. They had their good shot against Schilling. Schilling got out of it. In the top of the 4th, Ortiz and Ramirez lead off back-to-back home runs. Bottom of the 7th, lead-off double by Asturias. The Angels have a chance to at least make it a 2-1 game. They don't even get Asturias home. In the top of the 8th, the Red Sox come right out and score 2 runs.
You're talking about momentum in the course of a game, but you're also talking about just an exceptional baseball team with the Boston Red Sox that can beat you with 3 or 4 different weapons. I mean, in years past, they were a team that would just have to slug you away to beat you. And now they've got speed. They do have the home run hitters, although the power has been down this year. They've got terrific pitching. They have a great back end of the bullpen. And it's a much different, a much more complete Red Sox team than perhaps ever before.
Lowell, fair to the left field corner. That'll get Ortiz home. Ellsbury held at 3rd. Lowell into 2nd with an RBI double. And now it's not the rally rackets that you hear in Anaheim, but it's the Red Sox faithful. Nation members scattered all throughout this stadium, and they now
and the Red Sox just pouring it on. That's going to be it for Spire, who didn't have it. Oliver will come into the game as Mike Scioscia takes the baseball from him.
Lowell is at 5-0 Red Sox.
Now you see me? Now you don't. Now you see me. Now you don't. What you are seeing is how much farther, wider, and better you'll see with new Silver Star Ultra headlights from Sylvania. Because the next time you see me, I may not be alone. See farther, see wider, see better. New Silver Star Ultra headlights from Sylvania.
Scrubbing Bubbles Automatic Shower Cleaner is so easy. It's like having a maid on tall showers, wide showers, even tight corners. Clean soap scum, mold, and mildew stains in days. Keeps a clean shower clean from day 1. 360 degrees for every wall, every corner, every part of your shower. Scrubbing Bubbles Automatic Shower Cleaner, made for your shower. Now with a free shower caddy at participating stores.
Well, it was a very loose Red Sox clubhouse today with a 2-0 series lead. You'd expect that, and right now it's as loose as you can be. 3 runs here in the 8th. The Red Sox have opened up a 5-0 lead as they close in on the American League Championship Series. DHL presents MLB Delivery Man. Veteran left-hander Darren Oliver coming out of the Angels bullpen. Fans go to MLB.com to cast your vote for the 2007 DHL presents MLB Delivery Man of the Year award.
Oliver resurrected his career out of the bullpen. He was a starting pitcher most of his career, but you see opponents hitting just .239 against him. The ERA at 3.78, which especially in the American League is excellent. So although he's not a situational left-hander, a guy you would necessarily bring in to get that tough left-hander out late, Oliver still has done a nice job out of the bullpen for the Angels. But here in the 8th, with just 6 precious outs to go for the Angels, the Red Sox are putting it away.
Those were Red Sox fans who were very relaxed.
Well, at this point, you can be fairly relaxed.
So J.D. Drew at the plate. He's 0 for 3 today. Ellsbury at 3rd, Lowell at 2nd with 1 out. And Drew hits a ground ball. Morales comes home, but a poor throw. And Ellsbury is safe with a 6th Boston run.
And what an effort by Ellsbury to take that head-first throw and just fly by Napoli at the plate. Normally you wouldn't go, but this is a contact play, and they put the pressure on the defense, and this is where Morales at first, instead of Kochman, really hurts him. It wasn't a good throw. Napoli had to reach back across his body. But 5 runs up on contact. They probably lose 20–30% defensively with Kochman not here.
So fielder's choice RBI on the play. It is 6-0 and Varitek at the plate.
Well, if you're a Red Sox fan, just the name Jacoby Ellsbury has got to put a smile on your face, because that young man will not only play in the major leagues, but he will star in the major leagues for a lot of years.
All of a sudden, those Red Sox fans are getting better seats. Have you noticed that?
Yes.
As the game moves into the later stage and the score builds, are seeing a few more that have worked their way down by the dugouts.
No one noticed that a few of the Angel faithful have decided to beat the traffic.
Varitek turning around about right-handed. First time in the series, first left-handed pitcher that the Angels have put on the mound in the series. Bill Stoneman did a couple of things in the offseason to try to bolster his bullpen, signing both Justin Spire and Darren Oliver.
I think Bill Stoneman will have to spend this winter looking for some power. Although you can run your way into a division title in a 4-team division in the West, it gets a little tougher in the postseason.
And Varitek finds the gap in left center. Lowell scoring. Drew to third is held there, and an RBI double for Varitek.
Varitek came through, but his contribution today were a fine catch to end an inning with the bases loaded, and a couple of real good stops on splitters in the dirt to make sure there was no advance on the part of the Angel runners. So Oliver tries to cut fastball inside. Varitek will have none of it, and Boston extends their lead.
Varitek had been just 1 for 10 in the series, but he delivers that RBI double as the Red Sox pile on here in the 8th, and the 9th batter of this inning is Coco Crisp. Angels pull the infield in, and Crisp out to right center field, and that's going to score 2 more. A 7-run top of the 8th for the Boston Red Sox. They lead it now 9-0 here in Anaheim as we go back to our TBS studios in Ernie Johnson.
All right, Ted, we interrupt what has become batting practice in Anaheim to show you a little bit of batting practice at Yankee Stadium. A-Rod and the Yankees trying to stay alive tonight against the Cleveland Indians. It comes your way as soon as they are done in Anaheim. The Indians leading 2-0, and we'll bring that to you on TBS.
All right, Ernie, that's coming up as here after the 2-run single by Coco Crisp. Lugo on the first pitch pops up for the second out. Lugo is the man who started this inning off with a walk. Lugo, the 10th man to bat in the inning.
Maybe the biggest at bat of the inning was the double by Pedroia. It showed the Red Sox aggressiveness as they chose to send Lugo. He scored what at the time was a critical 3rd insurance run, and it opened the floodgates.
That was it. After Lugo walked, Pedroia lined that double as Dustin Mosley now gets up in the Angels' pen. Pedroia with that double in the left field corner, and that aggressive base running play by the Red Sox started this inning.
You got to credit Boston with a couple of things with Pedroia. Number one, signing him with a supplemental pick in the first round because of his diminutive size. 2, staying with him when he struggled early, because there's a lot of teams that would have taken a guy that hit as poorly as he hit and made a change. They didn't do it. They stayed with Pedroia, and boy, has it had dividends for him.
And it goes back to what Terry Francona told us. When the staff, the front office staff may have been a little higher on Dustin Pedroia than the field staff was. They saw Dustin Pedroia play late last year, and Terry Francona said, we didn't really, we weren't sold. We didn't think, and Dustin Pedroia has come in this year, and to his credit, has proved himself.
Well, anytime they had a meeting, Theo told Terry, look, this guy can play. I know it doesn't look like it yet, but he can play. We are all convinced he can do that. Give him the opportunity to do it. And it translated into a 317 season. And I think it helped a lot too, Ted, that the team was winning early. There would have been a lot of pressure if they weren't winning early to maybe make a change. Look at what they felt was a soft spot in the lineup and go with somebody else. But they got off to a good start. There wasn't the pressure to change the lineup, and Pedroia just absolutely blossomed.
He chops one here that's gloved by Cabrera, but the Red Sox deal what could be the finishing blow. 7 runs in the 8th.
Hey, ready for your extra long bacon cheddar cheesesteak?
I won!
What'd you win?
The meat jackpot. Steak, bacon, there's a lot of meat.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, it's like winning a lottery.
No, I entered and I won.
There's no meat lottery. You just got an extra long bacon cheddar cheesesteak.
I hit the meat jackpot.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, congratulations. You hit the...
Thanks.
Extra long bacon cheddar cheesesteak. New at Sonic. The hearty taste of steak and bacon served up big on a really long bun. Pay the Sonic way. Swipe your credit or My Sonic card from your car.
Laughter can add 8 years to your life. So live longer, retire stronger, never outlive your money.
That is the cutest thing I've ever seen.
You've always loved the details, but you've never seen them like this. The full HD 1080p Aquos liquid crystal television from Sharp.
Rob, I'll get right to it. You're great, and I want you to lead the chicken team. Your first order of business will be my Chipotle Chicken Ciabatta Sandwich. Your choice of a spicy, crispy, or grilled chicken breast with a Chipotle sauce served on lightly toasted ciabatta bread.
Thanks, Jack. Pick the right guy. I am your chicken man.
Rob, you got the job. Cool it.
College football lives here. Comcast brings you hundreds of games this season on ABC, ESPN, and ESPN2. Got an HD TV? Then get the HD receiver and watch the biggest games in high definition on ABC HD, ESPN HD, and ESPN2 HD. Comcast and ESPN, your home for college football. Call now for all your HD needs. Comcast HD, the way HD was meant to be.
Jacoby Ellsbury stays in left field after running for Manny Ramirez. And Kurt Schilling, after 7 shutout innings, relieved, and Hideki Okajima, the other import for the Red Sox, who was of tremendous import to them. What a fabulous year he had out of their bullpen.
ERA of 2.22 in 66 games. He was close to unhittable. And toward the end of the year, they shut him down. They didn't want the innings to pile up or the appearances. He's come back. The shoulder is strong once again. He's not overpowering, but he throws 2 different kinds of changeups. Both of them dive away from the right-hand hitters.
So Sean Figgins will lead off the bottom of the 8th, and Cabrera and Guerrero scheduled after the Red Sox breaking this game wide open and putting the series in what would appear to be a very secure spot with a 7-run top of the 8th. And it was in the bottom of the 7th again where the Angels had a leadoff double. They had the tying runs at the plate. And that disappointment over not even getting 1 run to make it a 1-run game, they go right back in the field, and the Red Sox bludgeon them with 7.
Well, the big difference in this one, and the reason why the Red Sox wanted to end it in 3, they can lead off with Beckett. And if they had to use him in game 4, even if he wins that game, it's a tremendous disadvantage to Boston if they can't start a series with Josh Beckett. So winning here today was of critical importance to them. And 9 runs up, I'd say they're looking pretty good.
The American League Championship Series starts Friday night. And, of course, the Red Sox are 6 outs away from making sure it starts Friday night at Fenway. 3-1 here to Figgins.
Gagne getting a little work. Jonathan Papelbon getting a little work.
And that's part of, if you wonder now why, part of that reason would be the fact that there will be no game if the Red Sox can close this out. They won't play again until Friday, and that would mean that they would have played 3 games in 11 days when they take the field Friday night. So Terry Francona's got to be thinking, I want to get my guys in the bullpen up and get them throwing.
11 days was very lucky for Curt Schilling, and I don't anticipate any drop-off for the Red Sox.
Figgins to the right field line, and that's going to be it. Past J.D. Drew, and Sean Figgins leading off the bottom of the 8th with a double. Only the 2nd extra base hit for the Angels today, just the 4th in the, or 5th rather, in the series. And let's go back to Atlanta once again and check in with EJ.
All right, thank you, Ted. You know, it has been 3 weeks since Roger Clemens pitched, and he goes to the mound today, his 34th postseason start, trying to keep the season alive for the New York Yankees as they play host to the Cleveland Indians to lead that series 2 games to none. Bottom of the hour here on TBS.
Well, there's the young horse Beckett and the war horse in Schilling. What do they have in common? Neither one gave up a run in their start in this series.
It's somewhat hard to believe that the Angels have scored in just one inning in the series.
You know, Steve, I talked the other day in Boston. I talked to Rob Quinlan, who's one of Mike Scioscia's valuable reserves this year. And I just said to him, what has surprised you most about this team this year to win 94 games? And he said, you know, I tell you, it didn't surprise me, but he said, it seems to surprise everybody else that we scored as many runs as we did. Quinlan said, I kept hearing all year long, everywhere we go, people would say, how does that team score? How do they do it? And he said, it never was an issue in our clubhouse. We always knew we had a team that could score runs playing our brand of baseball. And the problem has been in this series, in these 3 games, they have just never been able to do that.
Well, because of this field, and because, number one, the speed of the infield, the hard surface in the infield, and you went down there before the game and you could see it's almost like an artificial surface as fast as the ball gets through. Their speed shows up much more at home. That's one of the reasons why they had the best record in baseball here at home. They were 54-29, which means that they were good but vulnerable on the road. But today really didn't matter much.
Cabrera stays alive. And the other baseball truism that we've seen evidenced so far in the series is no team looks worse than a team that doesn't score. A team that doesn't score just looks like it doesn't have life. And the Angels have been that way in this series. And that today their crowd has not really, they tried so hard the first couple of innings, but they haven't really been able to get into it. Cabrera hits a shot to left, and oh, Ellsbury. That's an adjustment.
Well, he's a center fielder by trade, and that ball was hit like a bullet. Ellsbury came in to charge it thinking it was a sinking line drive, and it was anything but. Ball very hard hit. Ellsbury with a good vertical leap of 4 inches, and he's able to make the play.
Ellsbury, a terrific college player at the new college power, Oregon State. Really could say that. Consecutive NCAA championships. Here's Vladimir Guerrero with 1 out.
Well, I think there were a couple of turning points in the game. And one was early in the game where they had a shot at Schilling and kept hitting line drives at people the first couple of innings. And in the third specifically, Schilling intentionally walked Guerrero, although he did throw 4 pitches close to the strike zone, because Anderson came out of the game with a bad eye. He retired Willits with the bases loaded, and after that, it's been all Boston.
Foul pop, that's going to make the seats. Guerrero is 2 for 9 in the 3 games of this series. 2 outs against Schilling today on the walk. 2 for 9 in this series, 2 singles.
And this would run Curt Schilling's postseason record to a remarkable 9-2. And he's not that far from his 41st birthday, folks.
Now we've got a great pitcher sitting back at the studios in Atlanta. Can appreciate that. A postseason master of his own in John Smoltz. Another foul. This one's going to be playable for Youkilis. So 2 down, and it may well end a quiet 3-game series for Vladimir Guerrero as we see the young Beckett, who set the tone by smoking the Angels in Game 1, and Schilling with all the rest ready to go today.
Well, there's a certain amount to be said for youth and power, and an equal amount to be said for wisdom and experience. If you're not young, you better have wisdom and experience, and Schilling has both of those.
Red Sox sent both Schilling and Beckett here on Friday. They did not stay at Fenway for Game 2 because of the quick turnaround, and both teams were flying through the night after Game 2. So they spent a lot of time together, and they got to Anaheim just in time to see Ramirez win the game. Reggie Willits, who replaced Garrett Anderson in the 3rd inning today. Anderson contracted conjunctivitis, an eye infection, and played with it in the first 2 games. He did bat once today, then left the game after 2 innings.
Well, the shadows are starting to creep across home plate. If the game was closer, it might be a factor. I know when you're standing immersed in the shadows and you're looking out at the pitcher in bright sunlight, not the best position to be in. The shadows haven't yet obscured the entire area around home plate, but they're getting there.
This inning, half inning again, reflective of the series for the Angels. A leadoff double. Figgins is still at second base with 2 outs. Angels have now had 21 at-bats in this series with men in scoring position and 2 hits. Kojima misses, so Willits draws a walk. That'll bring Kenry Morales to the plate. We saw this Friday night with this unusual follow-through, Steve, by Okajima.
As he delivers the ball, he's looking straight down at the ground. Talking with Terry Francona, he said, I have no idea how he has any command of the baseball at all. He said it's nothing that you would teach any young pitcher. He said for some reason it seems to work for him, and he's had command all year long. One thing you have to hope is if someone ever does hit a rocket back at him, he looks up in time.
Absolutely. That's the safety part of it is the other issue, is Morales takes a strike. But I thought also in what Terry said was something instructive about the Red Sox, because Terry Francona has let John Farrell just run the pitching. And he said it's a credit to John Farrell that once we realized Okajima has terrific command, that you just leave him alone. That's the way he pitches, and it works for him. Don't fool him.
But Ted, I really think that's the secret to any great leader, and that is having the security to choose the right people to do the job and then give them autonomy. Because if you don't, if you want to micromanage every aspect of the game, number one, you'll drive yourself crazy, and number two, the people under you won't have that feeling of being successful. If you can make them feel successful, eventually you will run a successful organization, and that's what they've done in Boston.
And Morales with a foul. So a ball and 2 strikes. Tim Wakefield, who was not on this division series roster because he would not have been needed to start a game, and has a back issue that the Red Sox hopeful will be cleared up, because he would be, if healthy, in all likelihood to be on the LCS roster.
Well, he took a cortisone shot in the upper back. You can call it the back of the shoulder or the upper back, whatever you want, but he's a big part of this ball club, and I think they will activate him.
Right center field. Coco Crisp, that ball really carries, but Crisp runs it down on the warning track, and the Angels again denied.
What makes the world's perfect beer? Start with the choicest hops and the best barley malt. Then Beechwood age it for that crisp, clean taste. Finally, throw in a football and 60,000 friends. A taste that makes it game day. The perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste.
Introducing the first smartphone that really rocks. The new Moto Q Music from Verizon Wireless. Organize your life and give it a soundtrack. Because smartphones rock harder on America's most reliable wireless network, Verizon Wireless.
Now, see, when people think of Geico, right, they think of car insurance. And of course, saving money. But sometimes that can lead even the savviest driver astray. Take, for example, the motorcycle owner. He calls Geico wanting to save money on his car insurance, only to realise that he doesn't actually own a car. Well, needless to say, he's quite embarrassed, isn't he? Doesn't matter. Geico insures motorcycles and ATVs as well. That way, no one ends up looking foolish.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car.
Where to now? Going back to the Dodgers? Any baseball news? Looks like Kenny Lofton may be traded to the Boston Red Sox. Inside sources tell me he's heading to New York.
Kenny Lofton stuff? Take it to Chicago.
No matter what Major League Baseball needs or where, DHL delivers.
I hear Lofton's going to Atlanta.
Make that New York.
Not Chicago, it's
Lofton
Boston.
may be headed to California. Make that Northern California. Make that Japan. DHL Ground International overnight. Customer service is back in shipping.
The Cleveland Indians. The New York Yankees. Don't you just love this time of year? You know you counted them out in June, yeah. And the Yankees win! Now the kids and the vets just coming together. The Tribe. Sabathia, Carmona, Sizemore. It's a pivotal series. It's a pivotal year. How will it end? There's only one postseason. There's only one fall classic. There's only one October.
This is Ernie Johnson in Atlanta. I think you know the drill by now. If you're tuning in to see the Indians and Yankees Game 3, here's what we're going to do since the Red Sox and the Angels are running long. We're going to start the game in New York on our sister network, TNT. And when this game in Anaheim is over, we'll bring the Indians and Yankees back to TBS. Game time is 6:37. Right now, to watch that game, hit the clicker and go to TNT. We go back to Anaheim and Ted Robinson.
Dustin Mosley is on here in the 9th inning for the Angels. Mosley actually made 8 starts this year for the Angels, 46 total appearances.
Mosley was acquired from Cincinnati for Ramon Ortiz back in 2004.
Youkilis 0 for 3 with a sac fly today. Back-to-back homers by Ortiz and Ramirez in the 4th inning, and then a 7-run 8th inning. Youkilis here starts the 9th with a base hit, and the Boston Red Sox are about to inflict yet more postseason pain on the Angels, something that, believe it or not, dates back to one of the most historic baseball moments 21 years ago on this field. Henderson's miracle, really the godfather of home plate celebrations right there. The first one we really saw like that.
But the galloping or the hop and the twirl?
The strut, the twirl, the pirouette, the whole thing. And the Angels have not beaten the Red Sox in a postseason game since that fateful Sunday afternoon on this field.
You see how incensed they were at that celebration at home plate? Even guys who didn't even know about it are incensed.
That's the scary. We have to start reminding people some of these guys may not even, well, they probably were, but before long, some won't even have been alive when that happened. As Eric Hinske bats here, he's batting for Big Papi. Hinske's first appearance of this series. Papi with a home run today. And a single. He was on base 3 times. David Ortiz in this series on base 11 times. The Angels got him out twice. Twice in 13 plate appearances. 14, excuse me. That's pretty good on-base percentage. Numbers guys will like that.
I would say so. Well, they were very careful with him, and you could understand why they would be, but he wasn't swinging at anything off the plate. What I liked about Big Papi in this series was when they stayed away, he would single to left field. And then every time they came close on the inner portion, he would try to take it out. Other than that, he'd take a walk.
We saw that note. The Red Sox are about to make it 9 straight, and of course, it was the last 3 games of that 86 series, then a sweep in the 04 division series, and a seeming sweep apparent here in 07. The Red Sox are on the short end of the record. They lost 10 straight playoff games to the A's from 88 to 03. And just, you can imagine the frustration. As Ellsbury chops one. That's 1 out now. A tag play in force on Youkilis. And finally, he is tagged out by Howie Kendrick. So the Red Sox are done, and we go to the last hope for the Angels.
You got home base. I mean, sometimes they call it home plate, you know, like a big plate of, turducken. Why do you say I must be thinking about turducken? I have it on the brain right here. I mean, right there. Boom!
Frank TV premieres November 20th, only on TBS.
Turducken! Boom!
No, I'm not going to go through it line by line, but have you ever actually looked at this thing? I mean, account research fee, $32, deposit verification, $12. Are these even actual terms? It's like someone spent their entire day thinking of ways to nickel and dime us.
Heartburn hurts. For strong, lasting relief, take Maximum Strength Zantac 150. One pill knocks out the pain, all day or all night. Heartburn? Attack it. Zantac.
Traffic ahead.
Incredible. You found a golf course near the conference. Awesome Chinese. Now you find me a way around traffic. I love you.
Every now and then I get a little bit lonely and you're never coming around.
Take Market Street exit.
You're right. We'll just keep it professional, you know?
Go everywhere, find everything. Ball hard with the new Wear 2 GPS at Avis.
And Pinella's out to argue.
make your body happy. Drink Aquafina.
Seems like a pretty good guy, huh?
Teddy bear.
Baseball's an important part of the fabric of Americana. And this fabric keeps us warm and toasty, like a flannel, a fleece, or burlap.
Frank TV premieres November 20th, only on TBS.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
The Boston Red Sox 3 outs away from sweeping the Los Angeles Angels and moving to the American League Championship Series for the first time in 3 years. Eric Gagne on the pitch by Sierra Sturis, with Euclid looking up and the ball drifting out of play behind the dugout.
Gagne was a late season addition as the Red Sox tried to bolster their bullpen. It didn't work out real well for him in Boston. He had a magnificent season in 34 games in Texas with an ERA of 2.16, but in Boston, the ERA swelled to 6.75, and he was one of the few question marks coming into the postseason for the Red Sox.
And Asturis rips that fair to the right field corner. That ball touched by a fan. Play ruled dead, and Asturis will be at second base with his third hit today. Second double. But no question right now that man's performance is the key today. Our Chevrolet player of the game, Kurt Schilling. And in recognition, Chevy will donate $1,000 to Major League Baseball's youth baseball charities, Chevy and American Revolution. Well, to me, Stoney, so much of baseball is inexplicable, as we all know, who've been around the sport, and how weird matchups can be as that wild pitch will move Asturis to third. Here are the Red Sox, who are about to close out the Angels again and have this streak against them. The Angels have not played well at Fenway Park in this decade. And how close it could have been to the Angels playing the Yankees, whom the Angels have beat in 2 different division series in this decade. And against whom the Angels went 6-3 against the Yankees this season.
The Angels were the only playoff team to have a losing record in September. And that losing record, after the injuries to Matthews, some other players dinged up, they went 13-14. And that changed the postseason drastically because they ran into Boston in the first round.
As Kendrick hits a fly ball, and this should get Asturis home, as he does score, and the Angels score in only their second inning of this series.
It's pretty difficult when you get dominated in a series as the Angels have, but the fans of these Angels certainly have a whole lot to be proud of. This team had the best home record in all of baseball. It's just that the team that we were looking at in this series was not the Angel team that played this entire year. They were banged up would be kind to what happened to this team. They had a lot of physical problems.
Mike Scioscia never once used it as an excuse, but it's going to be the one thing that frustrates them when they look back, is that they didn't have their team. They couldn't run their team out there to take their best shot.
No, and I think it was capped off by the fact that Anderson had to come out of the game today. We talked about that situation. No protection behind Vladimir Guerrero, who had another bad postseason.
This is Nathan Haynes pinch hitting. A nice moment here is Mike Scioscia getting Nathan Haynes, who was a former #1 draft pick that had battled so many injuries that last year he was playing in an independent league in Gary, Indiana. Worked his way back and was a reserve outfielder for the Angels much of this year. A look at the Angels right now, Stoney, and I keep harkening back to the line that Terry Francona used this week about the last time the Red Sox were in the postseason. In 05, when they
won the wild card the last day. Schilling pitched, and then Terry Francona said we were out of sorts going into the playoffs. We had to work so hard to get in on that last day, and we got swept right out of it by the White Sox. And the Angels, just had today, because of all the injury issues, they're right, they were out of sorts coming into the series. And they're 1 out away from being swept right out of it.
Mike Stosha still keeping that lineup card. It'll be very frustrating when he thinks back to who was not there for his ball club as they headed into the postseason. But you have to take the lessons that baseball teaches you. And that is play sound baseball, which the Angels usually do. Play aggressive baseball, which the Angels always do. And one of the challenges ahead of them will be to add some power to a very good lineup. They've got some good young pitching. They have a strong bullpen, but they're going to need some thunder in order to compete in the postseason.
Mike Stosha doing a nice thing, or getting his bench people in. Rob Quinlan pinch hitting, pops up, and that does it. The Red Sox sweep the Angels, and they are in the American League Championship Series. Manny Ramirez, David Ortiz, 2 home runs each in this 3-game sweep. The Red Sox pitching utterly dominant. And after a couple of years away from the ALCS, the Red Sox go and they get to open at home Friday.
Red Sox did everything better than the Angels in the series. They outslugged them, they outran them, they outpitched them. The bullpen was better, and the starting pitching was spectacular. And for Curt Schilling, the old Lion, they were just a wonderful baseball team.
And as we saw yesterday for the Cubs and the Phillies, the Angels, the same experience. A wonderful baseball season that is a marathon, ends so quickly sometimes in the postseason. But for the Red Sox, it's joy. They move on, winning today 9-1 and sweeping the Angels in the American League Division Series. For Steve Stone, Jose Mota, and our entire TBS crew on this series, Ted Robinson, thanks for being with us. And let's go to Chip Carey in New York.
And we welcome